Disclaimer. I am a law student, and the legal information provided is not legal advice. For that, please hire an attorney. Hi! Let's begin with a hypothetical. Let's say that you're someone that's making a pie, alright? And let's say to get ready to make this pie, you go out shopping. And for whatever reason, you like all sorts of pie, but you want a fruit pie, right? And you end up picking up a can of blueberries to make that pie. Now let's say that you go home and you end up getting out all of your supplies. You got out your can of blueberries and you got out everything that you wanted to make your pie. And then you go to open the can of blueberries, and what you find is that when you open the can, that actually, instead of blueberries, that the can was filled with raspberries. Question. If you were to then use that can of raspberries for making your pie, does that make it any less of a fruit pie? Hey everyone, how's it going? We are coming to you live from now both YouTube and Twitch. So I really hope that's working out because I do not know what I'm doing right now. And we also, in case you haven't noticed, are using we're using the Discord chat we're using a chat from my Discord as the chat for this now. The reason, there's a couple reasons I'm doing that, but it seems really cool. It seems like it's useful for streaming to both platforms, right? Because otherwise I'd have to choose one or the other. This way you can use this one, and you have access to all the cool emotes that are in my Discord, and we'll be adding more in the future. So definitely join if you haven't already. Now, it's been a very, very long week. Oh my god, it feels like there's been so much happening. But there is a lot to cover today, so, let's just get right into it. So I've recently done sort of a rebrand, right? Or it's like a mini rebrand, right? And essentially what I want to start doing from now on, I'm going to continue to do a lot of the same commentary that I have before. But what I want to do now is to take a particular slant at making sure to be able to respond to any arguments that I can with scientific evidence. While I have been very busy this week, one thing that I've been busy doing is compiling a research document of my own, which I'm going to be referencing at many times throughout the course of the evening. The reason why is because I feel like in order to most adequately convince the people who ascribe to the audiences or to the creators we're going to be talking about, it's best to have evidence. And even if we're not able to convince them, at least I'm able to arm you with the knowledge so that even if you get into a conversation or debate with someone who holds one of these views that we'll be talking about, that if you're not able to convince them, at least you can come out holding your head up high knowing that you are right. Okay? So, without further ado... Lord. Eventually, you all knew I had to eventually do a video on Arielle Scarcella, right? This could not be possibly avoided. She recently made a video. The video is titled "Penis and Vagina is Lesbian Sex, Bigot." You probably already have a pretty good idea of where this video is gonna go. Unfortunate. So let's just start, and we'll jump in when we feel it's appropriate.
How do lesbians have sex? 28 things to know before your first time. Why do I have such a strong feeling that I'm going to disagree with everything this article says? There is literally no other reason why you guys would have sent this to me. It is medically reviewed, though. Please don't let me down, Jen.
Just going to throw that out there. Just make sure that people are quite aware that the document she's about to be criticizing is medically reviewed. So, let's take some of the things that she says, if they're contradictory, with a heavy grain of salt.
Let me down. Things to consider. Having sex for the first time can be a little nerve-wracking, no matter who you are or who you want to have sex with. Given that there are a lot of myths and misconceptions about lesbian sex, of course there are. I've literally made my career based on that. It's important to educate yourself about how sex can work and how to practice safer sex. Okay, we about to educate ourselves, so
I mean, so far everything is fine.
Any person can have any type of sex. So I can have gay sex one day and then like straight sex the next day with the same person. You letting me down already, Jen? Usually people use the term lesbian sex to mean sex between two women. Already a bad idea because in queer circles around the world, and at least in most lefty or progressive circles, the word woman has basically no meaning whatsoever anymore. In my opinion, to discuss serious topics like sex and sex education, we need to have very strict definitions.
Yes, we should have really strict definitions. I don't know what she's going on about here, that the term woman has lost all of its meaning, right? Woman is a gender identity. If you identify as a woman and are objectively treated as a woman in society, then congratulations, you're a woman. In fact, hold on. This is actually, like, I'm not sure if this is the best place to go into it, but before we get too far into this, let's talk about some scientific consensus. First, what does it mean what does it mean to be transgender? Yeah, sure. Let's start with what does it mean to be transgender? According to the American Psychological Association, transgender is an umbrella term for persons whose gender identity, gender expression, or behavior does not conform to that typically associated with the sex which they were assigned at birth. And then the APA and the National Association of School Psychologists affirm that gender diverse expressions, regardless of gender identity, and diverse gender identities beyond the binary classification are normal and positive variations of the human experience. So first off, to be trans is an umbrella term. And then beyond that, are trans women biologically male? Well, actually, no, I'm not sure if we want to go to that one. Let's talk about this, because I think this is where she's going. Does biological sex mean someone's gender? All right? Because right now she's saying that womanhood, as we define it, as just like a social role, which is how the left seems to largely define it, isn't accurate. Let's look at what the academic consensus is. According to the American Psychological Association, gender identity refers to a person's internal sense of being male, female, or something else. Gender expression refers to the way that a person communicates gender identity to others through behavior, clothing, hairstyles, voice, or body characteristics. So let's be clear. According to the American Psychological Association, a gender identity is just that. It's an internal sense of being male, female, or something else. And then gender expression is the way that you express that to society. Furthermore, according to the United Kingdom's National Health Service, gender identity is defined to refer to our sense of self, or who we are and how we describe ourselves. The NHS explains that most people identify as male or female, which are sometimes called binary identities, but some people feel their gender identity is different from their biological sex. The NHS validates that some people do not define themselves as having a binary identity. They may use different terms such as agender, gender diverse, gender nonconforming to describe their identity. However, as a group, they are called non-binary. So let's be clear, before she gets into some weird definition, like I'm going to be very interested to see what she says about this definition of womanhood, because that's, like, we just talked about what it means to be a woman. A woman is an identity, period.
I will agree, however, that saying lesbian sex isn't necessarily the best word usage to describe two females getting it on, because one or both of those people that are having said sex might not be actual lesbians. They might be bisexual. They might literally be straight girls that are just experimenting.
Okay, that's fair. Women on women sex. I can agree with that.
So going forward, I say that we just say homosexual or heterosexual. Same sex, same genitals. Opposite sex, opposite genitals.
Hold on. What? No, this is hard line, and this is completely, everything that we just talked about completely disagrees with this definition of sex, right? First off, she tries to define homosexual sex based purely on genitals, and same for like a heterosexual sex purely based on genitals. What we just talked about, we know that the term womanhood or manhood or whatever else in between has nothing to do with your biology. Those are gender categories. Those are societal categories. So if you're going to try and say that a woman is not a woman based on her genitals or vice versa, that is scientifically inaccurate. So no, she's just wrong here. She's just being a science denier.
Can we agree on that? Okay, good. Let's move on.
Yeah, can we agree on that? Also, mind you, that she doesn't provide like any literature for the basis for this definition, that she doesn't provide like any basis for this, except that she just wants it to be true, right? Like, this is just... Oh my god, yeah, exactly. She calls sex with Buck Angel homosexual sex. Like, how fucking smooth brain can you fucking be? And I'm sorry to say it like that, but holy shit, this is such a fucking bad take. But let's go on. I'm sorry. This is like laughably wrong at this point.
Fun. Remember also that lesbian sex isn't limited to cisgender couples. It also includes other people who have vaginas, people with penises, and people with intersex genitalia.
Yes! Correct. Medically verified, in fact. Damn. Yeah, no, she just read some straight fact to us. That's awesome. That's great. Yeah, I'm really interested to see what you say to it.
No, this is where you lose me. I don't see...
Of course, it's where we lose you.
How this is helpful for anybody. This just proves my point again, why I think it's better to call things homosexual or heterosexual. Same sex.
How does it not make things easier for people? If you have a trans woman and a cis woman, and they're having sex, it's lesbian sex. And to try and call it something else is to go through like a series of mental gymnastics that's only going to end up confusing them even more, right? If I have sex with a cis woman, that's lesbian sex. Or at least if it's with another lesbian, right? Full stop. If you're trying to say it's something else, then that's what's more confusing.
Sex, same genitals, opposite sex, opposite genitals. I feel like I'm going to mention that more than one time or more than 2 times in this video. It's a much more specific term, and it makes sense no matter what the gender or sexual orientation of that party or the parties involved.
Yes, and it's much more convenient for your perspective, isn't it? Even though you know that you're wrong, or at least you should very well be aware that you're wrong. It is very convenient for you, isn't it? It just resolves your entire argument.
Sex means different things to different people. Through school, the media, and our communities, most of us learned that sex is about a penis entering a vagina. That's certainly what I learned. While many people view penis and vagina sex as real sex, the definition of sex is fluid. Sex means different things to different people.
True.
I think sex in this case is actually an outdated term, and I know some of you aren't going to agree, but hear me out. Because it was and is still used for the most part to mean a penis entering a vagina.
No, it doesn't. Are you fucking serious? I don't even need to cite something for this. Are you seriously saying that sex can only refer to, or is generally only referred to, a penis entering a vagina? That's like, if that's what your definition of sex is, like if that's your working definition, then I am sorry for you, because like there's a whole world, there's a whole universe of sex out there that you are just blissfully unaware of. I'm not sure if that, like, I want to think that that's not what you genuinely believe, but that's literally the argument you just made.
Instead of saying sex, we could be more specific. We could say vaginal, oral, anal. Again, it's more specific, and it's
that's fine.
It's referencing the specific act that's being performed. Here is an incomplete list of what may count as sex for you.
Oral sex performed in the penis, yeah. Anal sex, yeah. Breast, yeah. Yeah, yes, yeah. Kissing and cuddling. Well, yeah, I mean, like, if you have an asexual person, and mind you, like, I only have talked to people who are asexual, but I imagine, like, kissing and cuddling would probably, like, be a good definition of sex for them. That would be something interesting that I would like to learn more about. But yeah, I mean, like, sex is mainly and primarily, like, as defined between you and your partner, right? If you two, like, make something into a sexual act in the bedroom, then really there's very few limits on what that could be.
Kissing and cuddling.
Of course, she focused it on that.
How does this help anybody? The only way this could potentially help
I think this is very helpful to people.
Anybody is people that have like a really low sex number, and you know, they'll brag about the time that they had sex.
Oh no, a how-to guide on sex for people who probably haven't had sex before. It's a shocker that maybe it's written for an introductory level audience, isn't it? I can't believe that she's surprised at this.
When they just like literally have locked eyes with somebody across the room at the supermarket, like, I fuck. They're gonna call it I fucking. Don't believe everything you've heard. Here, there are a lot of myths about lesbian sex. Here are a few. Orgasm is the end goal. Most people think that sex ends when one or both partners orgasm. This doesn't have to be the case. Sex can be pleasurable without orgasming, and it is totally fine to stop having sex without one or both of you orgasming.
That's fine.
First thing I've agreed with so far, Jen. All right, you're winning me back slowly, maybe. You don't need to worry about STIs or pregnancy. It's possible to get pregnant if one person has a penis and another has a vagina. This is why, again, it is important, in my opinion, to start calling this homosexual versus heterosexual.
Yeah, this is why it's important that we should just adopt your completely arbitrary, completely unscientific terminology, just because then it would be more convenient for your arguments. Mind you, right now she's, again, reminder, she is arguing against a medically verified article. Okay, Arielle.
Sex. Homosexual. Same sex. Same genitals. You can't get pregnant. Heterosexual sex. No matter what the person's identity is, sexual orientation is, you can get pregnant. Make it make sense. You should never make assumptions about what your partner does or doesn't want. Always obviously agree. Always check in on them and ask them what they'd like before taking it to the next level. Sure. What to expect from manual, genital, or anal stimulation. If your partner has a penis.
Yeah. I love that, the thing is, I love that she makes this out. I love that she postures herself as, like, this super inclusive, like, trans-inclusive person. But literally the fact that she, like, looked at that, which was a very, like, neutral statement, right? It was literally just saying that, like, hey, your partner could have a penis. Yeah. That's very possible in today's society. And it could apply to anyone, including lesbians, right? Like, if you're dating a trans woman, then congratulations, your partner has a penis, and you're gonna, like, if you have sex with that person, then it's lesbian sex, because you both are women. Full stop.
Just no, like, penises should not be mentioned in an article about lesbian sex. Like, I know that we changed the words around for this video.
According to what you want, completely subjectively, regardless of science.
And that we're using homosexual versus heterosexual instead of lesbian and straight. But like 99% of young lesbian viewers will go on and read articles like this, and they're gonna be like, what the fuck? The word lesbian to 99% of the world, like I said before, except in queer circles and except in progressive circles, means same sex, same genitalia. A penis is the opposite. I will be the first.
I just want to point out that the circles that she inhabits nowadays are largely conservative, so that's not surprising.
Person to stand up for trans women and say that yes, many trans women that identify as lesbians do socially live their lives as lesbians and are seen as women in everyday society. They pass as women, you would never know that they are trans.
It's going to draw a
To
distinction.
say that they are having homosexual sex, if we are saying that homosexual means the same thing as lesbian sex, it's simply not true if they have a penis. And
okay, cool, then you're just wrong. I'm sorry to say it. This isn't really a debate. This is just disagreeing with scientific consensus, right? This is just disagreeing with academic consensus. Trans women are women. Deal with it. And I can say that now. Right, like if someone wants to clip that out of context and say that I didn't provide any evidence, just understand that's completely disingenuous because I've already gone through like all of the academic literature or the prevailing academic literature earlier in this video as to why that's not true.
People that are going to get on my case again about making videos about this and
or as to why that is true, that trans women are women. There we go.
Me why I need to weigh in, because stop colonizing same-sex attraction with heterosexuality. It's not the same thing. This is gonna sound like I'm reaching, but just for a second, I want you to imagine a young lesbian that is reading articles like this, and this is the only form of sex education she has, and she goes out, she goes to the doctor and is dumbfounded by the fact that she is pregnant and tells him that she doesn't know how this happened. She's only had lesbian sex.
Wait a second. Hold on. Okay, hold on. So I just want to be clear. I just want to be clear about the hypothetical that she's proposing. What she's proposing is that you have a lesbian woman who's never had sex before whatever instance they're talking about. And in getting prepared for that instance, they read this article. All right. And then I suppose that it would have to be having sex with a trans woman, right? A trans woman who is still able to like impregnate someone, which is like very rare if they are on HRT, right? Like, I just want to say, being the reasonable person that I am, I don't think it's exactly reasonable to expect that someone is going to get all the way to the point, like a lesbian, like a cis lesbian, is going to get all the way to the point of having sex with a trans woman and getting pregnant without understanding that, like, pregnancy is kind of a possibility, right? Like, let's just be real. That's just not a realistic danger at all in today's society, all right? So, no, that's just idiotic to suggest that.
Pregnancy may also be possible. Often people assume that lesbians can't get pregnant, or that lesbian sex can't result in pregnancy. That's a myth based on the assumption that both women are cisgender. Is this the fourth or fifth time I've mentioned that this is why we should call things homosexual sex instead of...
Yes, it is. And it's the fifth or sixth time that you've been wrong. Deal with it.
gay and lesbian and straight sex. Homosexual, heterosexual, make it make sense, make it simple. Homosexual sex, here are the risks. Heterosexual sex, here are the risks. No matter what your gender identity, no matter what your sexual orientation, boom, there it is. Of course, a lesbian can get pregnant. I could literally go out and fuck a dude right now and get pregnant. Like, I have a vagina. If I go and have heterosexual sex, I can get pregnant. That's how this works. A gay man can go out and get a woman pregnant. I know a gay man that got a lesbian couple pregnant. But technically, by the definitions that are being voiced in this article, they were having gay and lesbian.
By the medically verified definitions being voiced in this article, mind you.
Sex. So how is pregnancy possible? But that's literally not true, because you are having penis and vagina sex, which is heterosexual sex, even if you are a gay man and a lesbian woman. But having homosexual sex, same genitals, you could not get pregnant. Sexual orientation is who you are attracted to. It is not the same as certain sex acts. Sexual orientation does not matter in regards to STIs and pregnancy scares. Like I said, you can be a gay man who has sex with a lesbian. You are having heterosexual sex, opposite genitals. Even
I feel like this entire video, I don't know how much you all want me to beat this into the ground. I mean, like, she's just repeating the same point over and over. There's literally no, like, no single iota of intellectual thought being put into this. There's only a little bit left, so we'll finish it out. But, like, I'm not gonna, like, whenever she says that, like, whenever she repeats this definition, this completely subjective, unscientific definition of what it means to have homosexual or heterosexual sex, just know that she is just objectively wrong.
though you're both homosexuals attracted to the same sex. The bottom line, I'm glad we're almost done with this video because I'm fucking tired. While the thought of having sex for the first time can be overwhelming, the good news is that there is a lot of information out there to help you on your way. Please don't start by reading this article.
Please do start by reading this article. This has actually been great. It sounds like the article was very informative.
I've been overwhelmed with sex my entire life until I started making videos about it, which is why I started making videos about it. If I were reading articles like this as a teenager, I'd be overwhelmed too. I'd be even more overwhelmed than I already had been at that age. This isn't the way to move forward with sex education. None of this makes sense. How about we stick with a simple consent is mandatory, fuck who you're attracted to, homosexual sex, meaning same sex, same genitalia, these are the risks, heterosexual sex, meaning opposite sex, opposite genitals, these are the risks. I'm tired. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Other than that, let me know.
I'm also tired. So let's have a chat about this. So there's not too much to talk about. A lot of it that we already discussed, during the video. During Arielle's video, like we already pointed out why what she said is just like academically, objectively wrong. All the definitions that she uses are completely subjective. Like it's laughable, right? I want to connect this back just to like make sure that people can understand the reason why. Like, even though we went over like the medical or like the academic and medical definitions for like what it means to be a woman and so on and so forth, like we went over the academic literature, right? And there's going to be more. For people who want to read up more, when I put out this video, I will have a link below to my research document, so you can take a look there. What's important to recognize is that, like the hypothetical that we opened up with, even if you open a jar of fruit, right? If what you're doing is trying to make a fruit pie and you end up opening a jar of fruit and instead of blueberries, you find raspberries, you're still making a fruit pie, right? Even if it's not exactly what you expected, you knew because the label said it as you were opening it up or before you opened it up that what you were getting was fruit, right? And so it doesn't really matter that you didn't get the exact type of fruit that you wanted or the exact type of fruit that you were expecting at the onset. Like, if you still want to make a pie, mind you, it's not like you have to make the pie. No one is forcing you to. But if you want to, it's still a fruit pie, right? And I think that's the important thing to understand, that just like that, if you end up going to have sex with someone and you find out that it's a trans woman and you're a cis lesbian, right? And they're a trans lesbian, right? Like, first off, no one is forcing you to have sex with them, all right? I'm going to say that right now because I know that there are some people who will interpret anything that I say to mean that unless I'm explicitly clear about it. First, no one is forcing you to have sex with that person because assumedly if you got to that point and you weren't aware of what you were getting into, then yeah, like they probably should have told you. But like, if you get to that point and that's like your first time learning and like you're worried about whether or not you're going to actually have lesbian sex, like, yeah, they're a woman, you're a woman. And two women having sex is the definition of lesbian sex. All right. That's really all there is to it. You don't have to do it. No one is forcing you to, but don't go out trying to invalidate the sexual relationships and the sexual acts of other people who do go into those sorts of situations or into those forms of sex. Like, you don't have to invalidate their identity because it's entirely valid. And yeah, like, there's really nothing wrong with it. And it's all like academically sound. So that's all I'll say about that. Arielle is wrong, as always. She's a transphobe. No surprise, even if she tries to say so. And also, for people who are watching who aren't sold on that, recently on Twitter, one of her other so-called trans friends put out a video that I actually retweeted that basically said, in its summary, how terribly Arielle had treated her over the course of them knowing each other, right? So I encourage you to go watch that. It gives a lot more evidence as to why Arielle is not a trans ally, why she's kind of a bigot, and yeah, it's really not that surprising. Boom! First video done. All right, checking in. How's everything going? How is Twitch going? How is this over here? How many followers? How many people are watching over here? Can I tell? Users in chat. Oh wow, that's actually a decent amount. Hey, what's up, fam? How you doing? I'm looking at Twitch chat. Hey, what's up? I gotta figure out how to make it so that like people can bring 20 people over there. All right, that's pretty cool. Hey, listen, I'm all about it. Wonderful. Glad to have more people here. Let's see. That's that. I see lots of people in Discord. How are we doing in YouTube land? Holy shit. What? What? 130 fucking people? Oh, hey, what's up, Zan? How you doing? Holy shit. Damn. That is by far the highest view count I have ever had. So, damn. Welcome, everyone. It's great to have you. We're not gonna daddle too much. Oh, hold on. Someone texted me. Okay, cool. That's a friend I'm meeting up with later. So let's just go ahead and keep on going. Listen, we got like a lot to get through, and like I have a commitment later, so I don't want to waste more time here than I got to. And y'all's time is very important. So, I gotta adjust my bra. Great. Also, I love it because tonight I'm really hitting up like all the major people that I haven't over a while. So yeah, this is actually, I don't know. I'm surprised I haven't done something on like all these people. I mean, obviously I had the debate over Arielle, but like some of the people coming up next, completely new to the channel. So let's go ahead and get started. So some people have already covered this. I figured I would give my own spin on it. I mean, like, hey, you know, this is discussion about trans people. I might as well throw in my two cents. You know, because kind of relevant. I have a perspective that you know, is kind of important. I feel when we're talking about trans issues, being a trans woman. So let's see what she said. The name of Blaire's video is J.K. Rowling said, "I am biologically male." All right, well, we're getting a 2-for-1 here. Talking about J.K. Rowling, and we're talking about Blaire White. So we're getting a 2-for-1 deal. So let's see what she's got to say.
Hey guys, welcome back to my channel. So the title of this video, yeah, we know, water's wet, but I actually am going to be ranting in this video. This is something I am super passionate about. This video is going to be in regards to the huge fiasco between J.K. Rowling and the trans community. I'm putting that in quotation marks for a specific reason. I'll tell you why in a second. I wasn't originally going to do a video on this topic, but I am seeing a whole lot of BS on social media right now, and I feel like, damn it, let me just weigh in. And there's some things I need to get off of my chest. Not these though, they're too expensive. Now this huge fiasco that is officially J.K. Rowling as transphobic stemmed from these 3 tweets by Rowling. And I'm just gonna go ahead and state my opinion before I even read these tweets. I, as a trans woman, did not find these offensive or transphobic at all. Literally at all. Now if you're...
Okay, first off, let's pay special attention to what tweets she cites, because there's one tweet where literally J.K. Rowling, like, I mean, there's a lot of them, right? But one of them where literally she compares, like, trans identity to conversion therapy, right? In fact, you know what? Hold on. We don't need to just talk about it in the abstract. Also, if someone can get me the tweet and link it in my Discord, that would also be very convenient. So, let's see. I tweet a lot. I'm sorry if people notice that. I've been trying to figure out, like, how much is an appropriate amount to tweet. But, like, I've just really gotten into it lately. Where are you? That's no. Someone give me the tweet. Hurry. Because I really want it here. Oh, I finished She-Ra. If people want it, like, yeah, it's actually super great. Oh, got it. Yeah. So here's a tweet that J.K. Rowling posted, right? Many, myself included, believe we are watching a new kind of conversion therapy for young gay people who are being set on a lifelong path of medicalization that may result in the loss of their fertility and/or full sexual function. Without talking about the rest of the shit that she's posted, like, if we just look at this in an isolated instance, like, not only does it make no fucking sense, right, to say that, like, oh, well, if someone is, like, super homophobic, then you know what will make those parents, those homophobic parents who don't want to accept their gay child, you know what will make them really happy? By like, making their child trans. Yeah, no, that's totally 100% logically coherent, right? Aside from that, there's just, like, a degree of insult by trying to insinuate that trans identity is another form of conversion therapy, right? Like, we just know that is, like, objectively the definition of transphobia, right? So before we get into, like, Blaire's arguments, I want to keep, like, a special eye if she cites this or other tweets that J.K. Rowling has put out that are, like, explicitly transphobic. Like, no denying, no arguing about it.
Of the opinion that J.K. Rowling is transphobic or these tweets are transphobic, I asked you just for a second to really analyze them with me because I, as a trans woman, cannot find the transphobia. So these tweets read as, if sex isn't real, there's no same-sex attraction. If sex isn't real, the lived reality of women globally is erased. I know and love trans people, but erasing the concept of sex removes the ability of many to meaningfully discuss their lives. It isn't...
This is all just a straw man, by the way. People aren't saying that sex isn't real. People say that sex is on, like, the academic consensus. Again, let's go over it just to make sure that everyone is on the same level, all right? First, people say that, like, the first argument, according to this scientific consensus, right, is that biological sex does not determine your gender identity. That's the first part. Like, there's no degree of biological sex which determines whether or not you are a man, a woman, or something else, right? So that's first. And then secondly, the vast scientific consensus is that biological sex as a term is, to a degree, scientific fiction. What we know, so based on a couple things, right? First, we know that from this graphic that was published in Scientific American, that we know more about the ambiguous and bimodal nature of sex, and that sex is not as simple as XX or XY. We know that biological sex is on a bimodal distribution, not a direct binary. Additionally, here's a quote from a publication in Sage Journals on the modern scientific attitudes on human sex. Quote, the view that the world's population can be separated into a clearly defined dyadic unit of male and female is defunct. Not only clinical observations, but molecular biology has established that sexual identity is on a continuum with an enormous potential for variance. This is important because we know that the modern scientific consensus is that the binary terms, or binary terms like biological male and biological female, are scientific fiction. And so trans women are not biologically male, and vice versa for trans men. That's the scientific consensus, right? And that's all that people on the left are saying, right? We're just following the science. No more, no less. All right? So we're not saying, but mind you, that's different from saying that sex is not real, because we're acknowledging that sex is real. It's just that it exists on a spectrum with a lot of variance in between. That's it. All right? So when J.K. Rowling is saying this, it's completely a straw man.
I hate to speak the truth. So far, I'm not seeing any transphobia. This is all true.
You gotta love the science denialism, right? You gotta love the science denialism. Also, holy shit, the top chat is 169. Pog.
Biological sex is real. I know that there are certain segments of the population that do not believe that biological sex is real. I know that there is a very harsh stereotype on the trans community that we are science deniers and that we don't believe in biological sex. I am biologically male. Cue the title. That's just a fact. I am a trans.
You gotta love the projection, right? You gotta love the projection. The irony of saying that you're not a science denier, but that but that like there are people in the trans community who are not being able to recognize that you are in fact the science denier here. You gotta love that irony.
Woman, if you are a trans man, you are biologically female. That's kind of the whole point. You know what I'm saying? Like if there was no starting point, which is
oh yeah, Zan. No, this is actually important. Let's talk about this. Also, this is why I love using Discord. Yeah, I know Zan that you talked about it a little bit on your stream, right? But just so that people are aware, a lot of the people like that J.K. Rowling has associated with, I know that Magdalene Burns has gone on to misgender Blaire White in multiple instances, and that's what this is citing, right? I've done 3 responses on videos to Miss Blaire White. Agree with him on some points, but women are adult human females, so not that, right? So this is also great art. This is like also a great argument as to why J.K. Rowling is transphobic, because she has previously associated with people who have gone out of their way to misgender Blaire White and other trans people. So yeah, cool evidence. Thank you for thanks for contributing that. And also, wow, the Discord on my stream is actually working out really well. I really appreciate that. Let's go on.
just being biologically male. Why would I ever need to transition? Anyways, the idea that women like me, who've been empathetic to trans people for decades, feeling kinship because they're vulnerable in the same way as women, i.e. to male violence, hate trans people because they think sex is real and have lived consequences, is nonsense. And I completely agree. What she's basically communicating here is that, like, yes, there are definitely similarities between the struggle of trans women and women in general, I suppose. There's definitely...
Again, no one is saying that sex isn't real. We just agree with the majority scientific consensus that sex is on a bimodal distribution, that sex is not as clear as XX and XY. That's it. And if you want to argue something contrary to that, then congratulations, you're a science denier. That's the full calculus of it. That's it. That's all of it. That's all of it. And if you try to say that the left has some other view, then it's just straw manning. And yeah, if you are arguing against like a straw man position of like an unreasonable version of the left, then of course you're going to seem like the reasonable person in comparison.
Parallels, but it's not wrong to make distinctions where there may be differences. I, as a trans woman, have no idea what it's like to grow up and, you know, have your period or to be socialized as a girl, as a child. That's just not part of my experience, and I can't pretend that it was. The world did not start recognizing me as a woman until I was 20 years old when I transitioned. So that's 20 years of experiences that I cannot relate to because I did not grow up a girl. Why exactly is it transphobic to say that?
What does that matter? It literally doesn't matter. I mean, if we're going off of like a Judith Butler version of what it means to be a certain gender, then what determines what gender you are is just objectively, in this moment, how large a society or how you are treated in any given space, right? Like how other people objectively treat you. That is a completely culturally based, and it is an objective definition, but it can change based on context within society. Here's the hot take from me. That's the reason why a lot of, like, if you want to call it trans activism, I don't like using that, because now these people like Blaire and Arielle and all of them have loaded that term with so much stigma that it's hard to use anymore. But like people who go out and do activism for trans people, especially people who try to push the bounds on like what it means to be X gender, by shifting the definition on what it means to be a woman or a man or whatever, you are, in essence, like if we're going off of a Judith Butler sort of interpretation of what gender means, you are shifting what it means to be that gender, right? Because you're shifting what the average person in society would think that the totality of qualities of a person together would mean to be of that gender, right? Like if you have people, a great example, right, is if you start normalizing the idea of women having like slightly deeper voices, right? Then, or just like deep voices in general, then eventually you get to the point where if the average person in society thinks that voice does not necessarily determine whether or not you're a woman or a man or whatever, then congratulations, you've objectively shifted the definition on what it means to be a woman, at least in that very particular respect, right? That's sort of what that means, right? And so it doesn't really matter how you are raised. I mean, like, I guess to some extent it does for your own personal benefit, right? But it doesn't really have anything to do with like who you are today. So yeah, I don't see any relevance to this argument.
She continues to say, I respect every trans person's right to live any way that feels authentic and comfortable to them. I'd march with you if you were discriminated against on the basis of being trans. At the same time, my life has been shaped by being female. I do not believe it's hateful to say so.
Also, this happened very, very close in proximity, close in time to when Trump announced that the Trump administration would stop interpreting Title IX to include protections on the basis of being trans. So, pretty explicit example of discrimination against trans people. Anyone here, if she ended up marching with trans people when this happened, when the president literally took away the rights of trans people to be protected under law? Did that happen? Did that happen? No. It's a trick question. No, she didn't. She doesn't actually mean any of this because she just kind of is transphobic.
100%. So what I'm confused about, and here's the biggest thing, you guys, go look for yourself. In the thread and all the replies to J.K. Rowling, it is almost exclusively trans people agreeing with her and non-trans people wanting to play Captain Save-A-Ho, White Knight, and be offended on our behalf.
Hold on. That's a falsifiable claim. A lot of if you look in the comments, a lot of it is trans people agreeing with her. Hold on. That's a falsifiable claim. Let's take some looks at that. The first one is Vaj. The gender critical argument that transition is itself conversion therapy is false, dangerous, and evil. Firstly, there's absolutely no science to back this up. True! Holy shit. All right. What if I just throw my legacy in the trash? Gynecologist here. There's so much misinformation, disinformation in this thread. Here is a link to some accurate information. You're not a doctor, you're not a therapist, you're not a trans person, you are not the parent of a trans child. As far as I know, you have no personal or professional skin in this game. Please stop concern trolling. You are actively harming an already marginalized community. Couldn't have put it better. Yeah, so, oh, hold on. Yes, and more yes. I am a critical care registered nurse, and the info J.K. Rowling is tweeting is medically flat out. Oh, they're responding here. Yeah, so I'm a critical care registered nurse, and the info J.K. Rowling is tweeting is medically flat out wrong. When will people like her stop pretending that they have medical knowledge because they watched a documentary and Googled some crap? She is wrong. True. Holy shit. All right, so yeah, no, that's just a lie. Way to not include, future content. Spoilers for later on in the stream. Yeah, way to include just, something completely objectively wrong without bringing any evidence to show that. If she doesn't show a single tweet, then I'm just going to say that she just is completely being just disingenuous here.
Because despite the stereotype of trans people being science deniers, I don't know any trans women or men who deny that biological sex is a thing, that they are biologically a sex that is different from the way they present and are represented to the world. That's the whole point. I do know, however...
I think Zan talked about this a little bit in his chat, or in his video, so I won't belabor the point. But she just made the argument that biological sex is the whole point of being trans. And that is sort of a self-defeating argument, right? Because if you're transitioning from one thing that is some sort of biological category to another, that implies that eventually you do get to the other category. That if you do start out as biological male, then eventually you get to biological female. So yeah, when you say, that's the whole point, but then in the same breath insinuate that you are biological male. Actually, I didn't, she just clearly said that earlier in the video, so I don't even have to argue by insinuation, right? It's just inherently contradictory. So which is it? Are you biologically female because you started out biologically male and transitioned to female, as that's the whole point? Or are you, as you said earlier, biologically male? You can't have it both ways. You've made two completely different arguments. Mind you, both of which are wrong in their own merits, but one being more wrong than the other.
A whole lot of trans allies, right, who feel the opposite on behalf of us and think that's the right thing to do. George Takei is a really good example, attacking J.K. Rowling, saying, when you defend so-called biological sex, you sound scientifically ignorant and you elevate transphobia.
True. Although, I don't know. I've heard that George Takei has had, some variously yikesy takes in the past, but, this is pretty good. This is pretty good.
How When did believing that transgender people are valid mean denying science? How is
the only one who is denying science here? Well, I guess two people are you and J.K. Rowling, and anyone who agrees with you. Period. We've already shown the receipts, so there's no more burden of proof on our end, and she has given like not a single iota of evidence to prove anything that she said so far.
the concept of biological sex ignorant? What are you talking about? The funniest part to me is that trans people do not agree with this. Mars, a prominent trans guy YouTuber, said, do us transsexuals a favor and sit this one out. You're
Hold on. I love this. This is actually perfect. I didn't even, oh my god. I've debated Mars. And if people haven't watched that debate already, you should go. Because I think it's pretty objectively clear to the average person watching that this is not exactly a person worth taking seriously, right? So there's that. And secondly, also, prominent trans guy YouTuber. I'm literally like, even now, I have like 3 times as many subs as him. I think he still has 1,000. And when I debated him, I only had like a couple hundred more than him. And I've just like pulled so far away from him at this point. I probably will continue to. So, yeah, you gotta love that shout out to try and help your other people who, you know, are equally just as much science deniers as you, but who ideologically agree with you.
embarrassing not only yourself, but us too. That was in response to George Takei. You have Buck Angel, who responded and got way more likes than George, by the way, saying, I disagree with you. I am a transsexual man. Transitioned from a woman to man 25 years ago. I am and will forever be a biological female. How is this so hard to understand? If I was not a biological female, then I would not be transsexual. It's dangerous to discount biology.
Gotta love to see it. You gotta love to see it. It's like the whole gang is here. All you need is Rose of Dawn, and you've got like a bingo right there for you. You've got Transmed True Scum bingo. I just want to toss this out there. Like, people are always like looking for evidence for whether or not like Buck Angel is like Transmed or True Scum or whatever. This seems like pretty definitive evidence. I'm not gonna say anything more on it. He's wrong. We've already like beaten that into the ground. Let's go on.
100%. Why are you fighting this fight on our behalf and furthering and perpetuating the stereotype that we are science deniers? Y'all can choose to deny science, but don't do it on our behalf. You know,
You're the only ones denying science.
there's a stereotype that trans people just can't handle anything, that we're just so emotionally weak and we deny science and, you know, we're just perpetual victims. Honestly, I don't even think we did that. I don't even think we created that stereotype, because all the trans people I know are some of the strongest people I've ever met. They're people that have gone through a lot, people who have fought really hard to be themselves, and they're not offended by the concept of biological sex. They don't, you know.
Can I just like point out how she like made this argument that like other trans people who disagree with her are offended, when she's literally like taking the most offended position out of anyone who's like, who takes this sort of position? Like the argument that other trans people are the ones who are offended. Literally, she and J.K. Rowling have gone like on entire like tirades trying to hold down on this position. Like, they are the most easily offended snowflake fucking conservatives I've ever seen. You gotta love this. I mean, like, conservatives always will do this. Or I shouldn't like speak. I'm sorry. I shouldn't speak too broadly. I have a family of people who are conservative who may or may not get a little offended sometimes. Just saying. Something that you all could work on. But I always love it when people who are more conservative will insinuate that like liberals or leftists or whoever, like, mind you, liberal meaning like someone even like anyone who's even like slightly to the left than they are. You gotta love that whenever they insinuate this, they can't possibly perceive that like they are infinitely more offended than those people could ever possibly be. You gotta love it. Let's go on.
Faint over people talking about biology. However, a lot of trans allies and celebrities who like to fight for us without ever asking us how we feel love to be offended by it. And you know, the narrative is that J.K. Rowling is just so hateful for talking about this and just such a hater and so bigoted. And then you have responses like this one from Ben O'Keefe responding saying, this woman is complete scum. Shut the fuck up, you transphobic fuck. You don't know or love any trans people if you won't even acknowledge their existence. Thank you for ruining the books of my childhood. Just stop talking. We know you're a TERF. You don't need to keep doing this. When did she deny
True! Oh my god, I fucking love it. I love that she's reading all of these things that are just like objectively correct and just being like, what is up with all these people like dogpiling on her? Like, why are all these people calling her out and saying the exact same thing? You know, it can't possibly be that they're all, you know, objectively right and agreeing that she's saying things that are wrong and hurtful to the trans community. No, these are all just, they're all just being completely unreasonable people. They're all, like, everyone is unreasonable except for me and J.K. Rowling, I guess. Okay.
trans people's existence because she has a different opinion about the existence of trans people. An opinion that trans people, for the most part, hold.
Okay, hold on. I have to talk about this because I've heard this argument many other times before, right? This idea, like, this came up in my debate, in my debate with Mars about Arielle, right? This idea that, like, well, listen, you shouldn't be so mean to Arielle just because she holds a different opinion, right? People are allowed to have different opinions. That doesn't mean that people have a right to, like, dogpile on them on the internet. Let's be clear about some things, right? And these are the examples I use. I'm going to go full screen for this because this is its own conversation. Let's say, hypothetically, that you are talking to someone who's a misogynist, right? You're talking to someone who believes that the place for women is in the kitchen or otherwise in the home, right? Are they correct, or is their opinion worth respecting by virtue of the fact that yours, being someone who does not agree with them, is different from theirs? Or let's change the hypothetical and let's make it someone who believes in, like, race realism or who's just otherwise a racist, right? Is their opinion worth respecting just by virtue of the fact that yours is different from theirs? Or let's just fucking take it all the way. Let's say that that person's just an out and about Nazi, right? Let's just say that they're a fucking Nazi. And let's say that they bring up the Jewish question, and let's say that they bring up, like, all of these different things, which are just, like, completely deplorable ideas. Does the fact that they have a different opinion than yours mean that it's worth respecting? And the answer is obviously, of course not, right? Just because someone has a different opinion from yours does not mean that opinion is worth respecting, period. And now I want to take up a different point, right? Like, a lot of people will think that freedom of speech, right, especially in America under, like, a First Amendment standard, means that you have an unabridged, completely unabated freedom to say whatever you want without consequence, right? And that's just not true, right? There are multiple Supreme Court decisions, and I'll probably have to update my research doc because I didn't anticipate this argument coming up. But I've done this before, so if you want more information on this, go watch my debate with Mars, because I'm pretty sure I made the argument there as well. But to be brief, the Supreme Court has said on multiple prior occasions that the First Amendment does not give you a completely unabridged freedom to say whatever you want. There are limits, right? One of those limits being that you aren't allowed to say specifically actionable hate speech, right? Specifically actionable meaning that you are not allowed to say things which could possibly lead or would directly lead to someone being harmed in a disparate way, right? Holy shit. Thank you for donating. Really appreciate it. And I'll explain ESO one day, I promise. But anyway, when you are talking about... Damn, I have to get back on my train of thought now. Y'all, don't distract me. Wait till after to donate. But anyway... What is important is that actionable hate speech usually means, like, saying to another group of people, hey, we're going to go out and kill persons X, Y, and Z at X place and Y time, right? That's usually specifically actionable hate speech. But what the Supreme Court has also said, and mind you, for all of this, and I say at the beginning of all my videos, disclaimer, I'm a law student, anything that I say, any legal information I provide is not legal advice, etc., right? So this is not legal advice. The Supreme Court has said that if you say something, like if you voice general hate speech, right, like a general contempt for, like, black people or trans people or whoever in a public forum, the way to respond to that, at least at this point, is with other speech criticizing that original hate speech. So if you have someone like J.K. Rowling going out and saying, like, all of these transphobic things, or you have someone like Blaire White going out and voicing transphobic opinions, the correct response to that under the Supreme Court is to criticize that as openly and vocally as possible, period, right? So when these people, when Blaire, all right, let's bring this back into Blaire. Like, when Blaire insinuates that, oh, people shouldn't dogpile on, her and J.K. Rowling and so forth for having a contrary opinion, that's literally what the Supreme Court has said to do. So no, I think we're going to follow that precedent, and at least in our own little corner of the internet, continue to point out why what she's saying is objectively wrong and harmful. Let's keep going.
You're the odd man out, Ben O'Keefe. Shut the up yourself. I just don't know how people can convince themselves that they are the good guys, that they're on the righteous side, that they're the ones really, like, that are positive, when they're responding saying, shut the up, you transphobic cunt. Honestly, I feel like more and more the world is like, even more so than divided into left and right, conservative and liberal, the world is definitely right now divided into people who can have a meaningful, nuanced conversation about sensitive issues, and people who can't. That's it.
Blaire White criticizing culture for not allowing for, like, scientific and nuanced conversations. Okay.
That's the division I see these days. And listen, I'm not going to say that all trans people believe in the concept of biological sex and that there's no science denying trans people, because that's clearly not true. Clearly there are trans people who do feel that way. However, it's clearly not any type of consensus if underneath all these tweets of people calling J.K. Rowling transphobic are full of trans people disagreeing. So why is it that all these woke trans allies have convinced themselves that they know the one true narrative of being trans and they're going to defend it, even at the expense of trans people who are saying, no, that's not actually the truth?
All that we're advocating for is to follow majority scientific consensus. That's it. Just follow science. That's all. Nothing more, nothing deeper than that.
Y'all are clowns. Period.
Hold on. So, can someone screen cap this? Can someone screen cap and send me this? I want this to be an emote in my Discord. I really want this to be an emote. Blaire White clown. I want this. I want to have this. And also I want to make it into my thumbnail for this video. So someone, I'm gonna move on in about 3 seconds. So you have that long to take a screen cap of it, all right? 3, 2, 1. Okay, let's move on.
And then you have this tweet, which I found from one of J.K. Rowling's friends who is trans, saying, I have to say this, J.K. Rowling is one of the most supportive people I've ever met with regards to individual choices to be whoever they want to be. The fact that she seems to continuously be on the chopping block as anti-trans is absolute nonsense. Give her a break.
Ah, yes. A token trans person, not making a single argument, but just using their identity as a way to endorse this person who's being criticized with actual arguments. Okay.
So does this trans person who is a friend of J.K. Rowling, does this person's voice matter, or does George Takei and all the woke allies matter? Which is it? The truth is there absolutely is a nuanced conversation to be had about the fact that yes, there are lots of parallels between trans women and biological women. It's not like I'd be in a room full of biological women and have nothing in common with them or be even the odd man out, like, no pun, I swear to God, no pun. Because the truth is I would be much more at home in a room full of women than I ever would a room full of men, obviously. However, there's room for intelligent, reasonable people to have a nuanced conversation about how there are clearly differences too. There are clearly...
Mind you, so far what she's saying, I don't technically disagree with. I just think it's laughable, again, that she's calling for, like, an intelligent, nuanced conversation, right? Because that's literally the last thing that she wants. If she was actually having or actually looking for an intelligent, nuanced conversation, she wouldn't have these beliefs. Because, like, where the majority scientific consensus is at is completely contrary to everything that she said so far, or at least everything that we've been talking about. Is there a conversation to be had about the similarities and differences between, like, trans and cis women, and then the same for trans men, and so on and so forth? Yeah, there is. But I'm just going to make it clear, she's framing this in a very disingenuous way right now, so I'm not going to give it too much credit.
The issue that biological women face that trans women will never face, and vice versa. And if we can't have that conversation like rational, mature adults without throwing out words like transphobia, you're a hater, you're a what is wrong with you guys? And this just jump to label anyone who has any nuanced opinion about transgenderism as transphobic creates way more backlash towards trans people than I think people realize. The conversation gets very muddy because people who are on the outside looking in at this whole fiasco happening, they really do think trans people are turning on J.K. Rowling and don't like J.K. Rowling anymore because they think J.K. Rowling is transphobic.
Yep. Can I just get the yes in chat? I just want to see. That's all I want to see right now is just yes in chat. Or at least I don't know. I don't think that that's wrong. I don't think that that's objectively wrong. I think that's pretty much right. Emma, thank you. Hold on. I'm pinning this. Pin. There we go. All right. Yeah. No, I don't think that's wrong. I think that, yeah, the majority consensus is that she's transphobic, and that's bad. Yep.
But I want you guys, the next time you hear someone talking about how transphobic someone is, please pay attention to who is saying it.
There we go.
I promise. 90% of the time, it's not even a trans person saying it. Because like I said, trans people...
Hi. My name is trans person. I'm saying it. Hello there.
People go through hell to be who they are. Trans people have faced adversity. I've gone through a lot. I don't know why this narrative is that I have never experienced transphobia, because I don't know. I don't know why. Why do people say that I don't experience...
No one says this. I'm sure you have. I actually feel sorry for you, because I feel like you experience more transphobia than the average trans person, because you associate primarily with people who are transphobic, right? So I actually feel kind of bad for you in this sense, because I know that you have. I don't actually know anyone who's made the argument that you don't experience transphobia. That's just a straw man.
Transphobia, or I can't relate to that. I have half my family who's disowned me for being trans. I think I know what transphobia looks like. And try as I might, and as many people are in my ear trying to tell me that J.K. Rowling was transphobic in these tweets, I'm not seeing it as a trans woman. And that's my genuine opinion. Whew, that was heated. Subscribe to this channel if you have not. I know you're gonna watch...
It's her genuine opinion. Okay. Don't subscribe to her, by the way. Please don't. Do the opposite of that and subscribe to me. Link below. But yeah, this is just... Oh my god. This is just ridiculous, right? And also, I do want to say, and I've had this conversation with a lot of people, do I think that Blaire White, like, genuinely is a bad faith actor? Like, do I think that she's just lying for the sake of her own audience and just, like, completely grifting? It's hard to tell. I don't know. I feel like she is probably, like, a bit dense and genuinely believes the things that she's saying to some extent. But, like, let's be clear. A lot of her platform is specifically tailored for, like, a very particular kind of audience, right? So I do think that there is an element of, like, bad faith in there. And I'm not sure how much weight to ascribe the idea that this is representative of her genuine opinion. But regardless, it's the opinion that she put out, and it's a wrong one. And I think that we should all acknowledge as such. Boom! Second video done. Alright. How are we doing? How are we doing? Alright, time to check in. Twitch. Status. How are you doing? How many people we got? We got... I can't tell from here. I don't know how to use Twitch. I'm still very... Listen, I'm learning. I'm getting there. I don't fully understand it yet. Alright, YouTube. Stat, how are you doing? 100... Fuck! 192 people? Holy shit! Damn. Well, hey everyone. Welcome. If you just got here, or glad y'all are sticking around. Holy fuck. This is... I hope that you've appreciated my arguments so far. I hope that you've appreciated the content so far. We still got a lot to come, or we still got a lot to go. I need a drink for a second, because now I've been talking for like an hour straight, and mind you, I got a lot of stamina. We still got like at least 3 segments to get through, at minimum. So we're gonna be at this for a little bit. Let me just check in. All right, I'm gonna talk to Discord chat for a bit. How are y'all doing? Checking in. YouTube chat, Facebook, or not Facebook. I don't stream to Facebook. Twitch chat, I'm not gonna talk to you. Fuck you. Come over to my chat. Come into my Discord. These are so cute. Thank you. I really appreciate the artist who did the work on the emotes for me. I had those done a while ago, but like they've just been used in my Discord so far, so like I haven't really been able to find like a use for them for what we're doing right here. But hey, this actually seems like, I don't know, it worked out, right? Your voice train. Oh, really? So, spoiler. All right. I can actually use this like short break for a story. Voice is probably one of the things that does make me the most transphobic, or not transphobic, dysphoric, right? I mean, like, mind you, I do like it. I don't know. I have a lot of weird feelings about it, right? Because on one hand, like, it is passable enough for what I want. Like, I go out in society and I am gendered correctly. Like, I haven't been misgendered actually for like a good while, come to think of it. Like, for so long that I really can't remember the last time. I just kind of lost track. Hey, thanks for subscribing. Also, if people want to subscribe or donate right now, then like now's the time, so I can actually like read donations. Mind you, for people who are unaware, right now, all of my donations are just going to charity. If you want to donate to me personally, then subscribe to me on Patreon. But anyway, about my voice. What I did was, when I was living in Memphis, I actually went to the University of Memphis. I think it's like their speech pathology center. They had a program that they just started up like a year or two before I started going there for trans people. So it was still pretty new, right? But the nice thing about it was that they had a program where I could apply for financial aid, and the jobs I was working at that point paid like next to nothing. So I literally, like, whereas the sessions normally would cost like $80 a session, I was able to get that cut down to literally like 15, right? Like nothing. And it was really cool because every week I got to work with a speech pathologist with his PhD and 2 graduate students for like a whole year, right? And that was really cool. YouTube, my Patreon link is broken. What? What is this? Damn, that sucks. I guess I'll have to fix it later. Which is really sad because I just set it up so that if you donate to me on Patreon, then it shows up on the stream. I'll fix it later. Yeah, just join Discord and I don't know, you can join later. But yeah, so anyway, it's got an extra R in the link name. Actually, you know what? I'll go ahead and. Do I want to fix that right now? I don't really care to fix it right now. I don't know. It's not like a priority for me. Yeah, you can just like go to my, if you really want to, then you can go to my Twitter and you can donate to me there. I think it's right there. Yeah, but anyway, so with my voice, I got to work with a speech pathologist for like over a year. And I got to where I'm at right now, or at least roughly to where I'm at. And I like it because on one hand, it is really good for public speaking, right? Like it's a deep enough voice to where I'm able to achieve what I want to. Like I don't know, there's a lot of conversations about like women having deeper voices being able to be more effective, like public speakers, right? Like a lot of women have taken, actually this is something that happens a lot, right? Like a lot of women will do things too deep in their voice to make it so that they're able to do public speaking more effectively. So I do get that benefit. On the other hand, it does, like, it's probably my most clockable feature. So I have a lot of mixed feelings about it, but ultimately I've just sort of accepted it. And honestly, I kind of like it because I do like being able to be seen publicly as a trans person, right? Like, I like the idea of getting to, like, if not perfect passability, like almost perfect passability, because it does make me feel like I'm a bit more visible to the public. And that doesn't necessarily make me any less proud of who I am. Like, I'm totally proud of who I am, and I'd like to be an inspiration to other people. That's all that I want. So anyway, all right. That's enough of a break. Let's keep going, shall we? That's enough about my personal life. So the next person we're going to be talking about, again, very surprised. I have never talked about him on stream before. Very, very surprised. But hey, you know, we got to start somewhere, right? And this feels like a pretty good place to start. Benny Boy, Ben Shapiro, recently made a video, and it's called The Denial of Science and the Truth on Transgender Youth. It's gonna be a ride, folks, so strap in, and yeah. Let me take a sip of my tea real quick before I serve up some real tea, and let's get started.
Joining us on the line is Abigail Schreier. Her new book is Irreversible Damage, The Transgender Craze Seducing Our Daughters. She's a frequent contributor to the Wall Street Journal, and she has an AB from Columbia University, where she received the Uretta J. Kellett Fellowship and a bachelor's in philosophy from the University of Oxford, as well as a JD from Yale Law School. Again, that book is Irreversible Damage. So, Abigail, the book is now out, and it is currently being censored by social media. It is currently being censored by Amazon, which is
unsurprising.
Said that you're not allowed to advertise the book. Obviously, you have committed a great violation and a great sin. So give us the update on what the social media networks are doing to prevent the dissemination of an important message here.
Well, so far blocking any ads. My publisher is not allowed to advertise. So if you do a search for my book, if you do a search for, issues facing transgender girls or girls identifying as transgender, you will get a series of ads promoting books that think this is wonderful and celebrating it, but they ban a book that is skeptical that this is a very good thing.
And have you heard any sort of actual explanation from them about this? Because obviously, these are very much open scientific issues, to say the very least. Like the notion that we have discovered the cure for the suffering of gender dysphoria, and that it invariably lies in gender affirmation and treating 7-year-old boys as 7-year-old girls and treating them with hormones when they're 14. This is a brand new attempt that is being made by many in the scientific community. There is no long-term data available. There's some fairly good data that's being ignored about the number of people who are being given these sorts of transitions and drugs who are unhappy and are transitioning back, or who are saying that they're unhappy. There's some pretty good stats about the fact that suicidality rates are still extraordinarily high for people who are post-transition. So why exactly? What are the messages that are being given by social media to ban this sort of?
Okay, so we have a lot to get through. Hold on, let me just double check. Let me double check and make sure. I wrote this down earlier, right? Or I should say like a week ago, because I saw this like a week ago and I made notes of it, so I knew what to research, right? We have a lot to get through. The first, I'm just going to read off what I have here. Does gender affirmation demonstrably help transgender youth? What is the likelihood/risk of detransition? What are the causes of high trans suicide rates? And let's see. I think those are the main three. Those are the main three I think that we have right now. Does gender affirmation help trans people? What is likelihood/risk of detransition? And what are the causes of the high trans suicide rates? All right. So let's go and look at some research, shall we? Okay. So first, does gender affirmation demonstrably help trans people? Okay. How much? Oh, wow. This is a lot of data. All right. Strap in, folks, because we're going to be reading a decent amount. All right. But it's all good data, so it's important to hear. First, according to the American Psychological Association, gender variant and gender nonconforming people are being denied appropriate gender transition-related medical care and mental health care despite evidence that appropriately evaluated individuals benefit from gender transition treatment. Mind you, this is based off of studies from 2005, 1998, 1994, 2006, 1998, 1995, 1999, 1998, and 2005. Pretty long-term data, right? Like, I don't know what Ben is looking for. I don't know if he wants something back into the fucking 1800s, but this is pretty scientifically accurate. Therefore, the APA recognizes the efficacy, benefit, and medical necessity of gender transition treatments for appropriately evaluated individuals and calls upon public and private insurers to cover these medically necessary treatments. So, there you go. The APA literally says that this is good for trans people and that there's long-term data to support it. Furthermore, Cornell University conducted a systematic literature review of all peer-reviewed articles published in English between 1991 and June 2017 that assessed the effect of gender transition on transgender well-being. Thanks for subscribing, by the way. They identified 55 studies that consist of primarily research. Thank you again for subscribing. Oh my God. That consists of primary research on the subject, of which 51 or 93% found that gender transition improves the overall well-being of transgender people, while 4 or 7% report mixed or null feelings. They also found no studies concluding that gender transition causes overall harm. What they found was a robust international consensus in the peer-reviewed literature that gender transition, including medical treatments such as hormone therapy and surgeries, improves the overall well-being of transgender individuals. The literature also indicates that greater availability of medical and social support for gender transition contributes to better quality of life for those who identify as transgender. They also found that the factors that are predictive of success in the treatment of gender dysphoria include adequate preparation and mental health, support prior to treatment, proper follow-up care from knowledgeable providers, consistent family and social support, and high-quality surgical outcomes when surgery is involved. I know, it's a lot of reading, but listen, he said that there's very little or no scientific evidence on this, so we're just going to disprove that with overwhelming scientific evidence to the contrary. Furthermore, in another meta-analysis of studies concerning individuals who underwent sex reassignment surgery, researchers found that after sex reassignment, 80% of individuals with GID reported significant improvements in gender dysphoria. 78% reported significant improvement in psychological symptoms. 80% reported significant improvement in quality of life. And that's an extra and. I'm going to delete that. 72% reported significant improvement in sexual function, which is interesting. You know, glad to hear about that. Furthermore, in another longitudinal study, researchers found that transgender people report poorer mental health quality of life compared to the general population. However, meta-analysis in a subgroup of studies looking at the quality of life in participants who are exclusively post-gender affirming treatment, right, found no difference in mental health quality of life between groups. So let's be clear about what that says. What it says is that when people who are trans, who are pre-transition care or pre-gender affirming care, like when you're a trans person who hasn't had any care, then yeah, your mental health is worse off than the average person in society. But after you receive that care, you're basically the same as everyone else in society, which demonstrably shows an improvement from how people were prior to receiving care. The analysis is that all prevailing academic literature affirms that gender transition and affirming treatment of trans people has demonstrable benefits on their lives. And yes, gender affirmation demonstrably helps people. Okay? It's a lot, but I want to keep this video at least decently short, and we have a lot to get through. The other thing that he said, the other concern that he raised, was the likelihood or risk of detransition. So let's talk about that. Here's a rule. In a systematic literature review of all peer-reviewed articles published in English between 1991 and June 2017, this is the same study that we talked about earlier, or one of the same studies rather, that assessed the effect of gender transition on transgender well-being. Cornell University found that regrets following gender transition are extremely rare and have become even rarer as both surgical techniques and social support have improved. Pulling data from numerous studies demonstrates a regret rate ranging from 0.3 to 3.8%. I want to let that sink in for a second. People, at maximum, less than 4% of trans people who transition regret transitioning. I just want to let that sink in for a second. Regrets are most likely to result from a lack of social support after transition or poor surgical outcomes using older techniques. Furthermore, a survey conducted by the National Center for Transgender Equality found that detransition is largely due to social pressure. And for over 60% of trans people who detransitioned, it was only temporary. So let's be clear, people. When he says that there isn't, or that there's this vast, overwhelming number of people who detransition, literally it's less than 5%. And most of it is caused by social issues. So if you want to try and make an argument that detransition is caused by some regret of being trans, that's just not true. And the evidence largely shows, in fact, the evidence as it's currently available in its totality shows that it's primarily based on social factors. Period. God, we have to get through a lot. He said so many wrong things in such a short amount of time. But hey, listen, we're getting through it effectively. He also said, what is the cause of high trans suicide rates? Let's talk about suicide. Wow, that's really dark. Here we go. So, according to the American Psychological Association, discrimination and prejudice against people based on their actual or perceived gender identity or expression detrimentally affects psychological, physical, social, and economic well-being. Additionally, they say that transgender, gender variant, and gender nonconforming people may be at an increased risk in institutional environments and facilities for harassment, physical, and sexual assault, and receiving inadequate medical care, including denial of gender transition treatments such as hormone therapy. This is important because the reason why people might be suffering very detrimentally mentally is because of these institutional effects on them. Furthermore, the American Psychoanalytic Association claims that bias against individuals based on their actual or perceived sexual orientation, gender identity, or gender expression negatively affects mental health, contributing to an enduring sense of stigma and self-criticism through an internalization of such prejudice. The more people are discriminated against, the more they internalize it. Surprise. There's probably a connection to Blaire White in there. For children specifically, the APA says that many transgender, gender variant, and gender nonconforming children and youth youth face harassment and violence in school environments, foster care and residential treatment centers, homeless centers, and juvenile justice programs. The APA says that gender and sexual orientation diverse children and adolescents who are victims in school are at an increased risk for mental health problems, suicidal ideation and attempts, substance use, high-risk sexual activity, and poor academic outcomes, such as a high level of abstentionism, low grade point averages, and low interest in pursuing post-secondary education. Surprise, trans kids who are young and who are discriminated against in school end up idealizing and attempting suicide more. Surprise. The APA also says that minority stress is recognized as a primary mechanism through which notable burden on stigma and discrimination affects minority persons' health and well-being and generates health disparities. Furthermore, they say that gender and sexual orientation diverse young people with intersecting identities face additional challenges to their psychological well-being as a result of the negative consequences of discrimination on the base of sexual orientation and ethnic/racial minority status, religious identity, and country of origin, among other things. This makes a lot of sense, right? If you're already a trans person, and then you're also a trans person of color, of course you're going to face more discrimination and more systemic harm as a result, right? And yeah, that's going to have some negative effects on your mental well-being. This is just intersectionalism as posed by like a reputable scientific institution. This isn't surprising, but this is the proof. This is the proof in the pudding. And there are plenty of studies here that the organization cites as proof for this claim. Furthermore, in a systematic literature review of all peer-reviewed articles published in English this is the Cornell University study. It's pretty comprehensive. It has a lot of stuff in it. What they found was that transgender individuals, particularly those who cannot access treatment for gender dysphoria or who encounter unsupportive social environments, are more likely than the general public to experience health challenges such as depression, anxiety, suicidality, and minority stress. While gender transition can mitigate these challenges, the health and well-being of transgender people can be harmed by stigmatizing and discriminatory treatment. Furthermore, in a broad international study of trans suicide rate, researchers found that gender-based victimization, discrimination, bullying, violence, being rejected by the family, friends, and community, harassment by intimate partner, family members, and police. I just want to draw special attention to that, right? Like, how police treat people can also affect their mental health and well-being, according to the study, according to the source. Just want to point that out there. Discrimination and ill treatment at the healthcare system are major risk factors that influence suicidal behavior among trans people. Furthermore, in another study by the UCLA, researchers found that transgender respondents who experienced discrimination or who were a victim of violence were more likely to report suicidal thoughts and attempts. They also found that respondents who experienced family rejection were also more likely to report attempting suicide, and that access to gender-affirming medical care is often associated with a lower prevalence of suicide, thoughts, and attempts. So, what's the analysis? Trans suicide rates are exclusively caused by social factors and circumstances according to the prevailing academic literature. Therefore, trans people do not commit suicide purely by virtue that they are trans. All right? So Ben is just completely, objectively, demonstrably wrong here. Not only is there long-term data on this, there is, like, if it's not clear to you already, a fucking mountain of it. Just to be clear. Is there something else? Does gender... All right, we went through transgender youth, was likelihood, high trans suicide rate. Did we talk about whether or not children can know if they're trans or not? I'm not sure if he brought that up. I know he does at one point. We'll let him talk for a little bit since he hasn't already. And if he brings up again, like, whether or not children can know if they're trans, then we'll talk about that more there. But I've talked a lot. Let's let him say some things.
Message.
Well, usually it's called hate speech of some sort, even to discuss a scientific issue of how are these girls faring? Is it helping their mental distress? Is it alleviating mental distress? Are they engaging with friends and having community, or are they cutting off their parents and dropping out of school? So even talking about the objective measures of how these girls are doing is something apparently you're not allowed to do. My book specifically, they accused me of conversion therapy around sexual orientation. Now, I interviewed a lot of lesbians and other gay people, gay men for the book. This book has nothing to do with sexual orientation. It just so happens a lot of lesbians have a lot to say about it because many of them believe that these girls would naturally be lesbian.
And it is an incredible attempt to conflate. And you have seen scientific bodies attempting to suggest that conversion therapy on gays and lesbians is the same thing as suggesting that a boy who says he's a girl, if you say to him, no, you're actually a boy, maybe we should figure out a way for you to deal with some of your feelings, that this is now conversion therapy. That we are going to treat sexual orientation in exactly the same way we treat gender orientation, which is patently insane. I mean, these are not the same thing at all. Maybe you can talk a little bit about the differences.
Yeah.
Patently insane, Ben. Patently insane. Let's talk about that. Let's have a chat. Let's have a chat then. Does conversion therapy harm trans people in the same way it harms cis, gay, lesbian, and bi people? Here are some rules. First, according to the American Psychoanalytic Association, psychoanalytic technique does not encompass purposeful attempts to convert, repair, change, or shift an individual's sexual orientation, gender identity, or gender expression. Such directed efforts are against fundamental principles of psychoanalytic treatment and often result in substantial psychological pain by reinforcing damaging internalized attitudes. Patently insane, Ben. Okay. Furthermore, in 2018, the British Association for Behavioral and Cognitive Psychotherapy signed a letter to the Memorandum of Understanding against conversion therapy, which was launched with the major backing of all major psychological, psychotherapeutic, and counseling organizations in the UK, including the British Psychological Association, the British Association for Counseling and Psychotherapy, and the UK Council for Psychotherapy. The letter was also supported by Stonewall, NHS England, that's wrong, and NHS Scotland. The letter makes clear that conversion therapy in relation to gender identity and sexual orientation, including asexuality, is unethical, potentially harmful, and is not supported by evidence. Lastly, the same organization goes on to say that sexual orientation and gender identities are not mental health disorders, although exclusion, stigma, and prejudice may precipitate mental health issues for any person subjected to these abuses. Anyone accessing therapeutic help should be able to do so without fear of judgment or the threat of being pressured to change a fundamental aspect of who we are. So let's be clear, Ben. When you say that trying to tell a young boy who says that they're a girl that they're actually a boy, saying that that doesn't have any demonstrable harm on them like it does for other people in conversion therapy, not only is that not patently insane, it's just wrong. And it goes against the vast majority scientific consensus on the subject. So you're fine. You can be wrong, but understand that you are wrong. Let's go on.
Yeah, it is really different, and here's why. Conversion therapy for sexual orientation was, involved a lot of grisly practices and also didn't work. But therapy to help someone get comfortable in their biological sex has long been practiced. It's enormously effective, and in fact, that was the reason that for decades and decades, over 70% of kids who experienced any gender dysphoria in childhood would outgrow it. Today, I think we're up to 18 states actually ban so-called conversion therapy, even for gender identity, so that a therapist.
Good. Yeah, you should ban conversion therapy for gender identity. As we've just discussed, the vast majority scientific consensus is that it is bad, and we shouldn't allow it. So, yeah. And also, everything that she's saying right now is complete. Like, she doesn't give any citation. She doesn't give any evidence for what she's saying right now. So, yeah, considering that we've already provided evidence, the burden of proof is on them to rebut it. And, yeah, no, they just haven't told us why we should take them at their word.
Therapist who wants to help someone get comfortable in their biological sex might lose their license for doing that.
I mean, the crackdown on all of this obviously leads to a lack of assistance. Do we have any long-term data on whether the strategies that are supposedly scientifically verified are successful or not? Because there have been some studies that suggest that gender transition is more successful than non-gender transition. Many of the studies are a very small sample size or non-longitudinal. What have you've looked at the evidence. What do you think about it?
We've actually cited multiple studies, in fact, several of them longitudinal, that they are, in fact, helpful and do have demonstrably beneficial effects to people. We've already discussed them. We're not going to belabor the point.
The treatments that are now being presumed to be successful generally.
So one of the things that they often say is that suicidality is alleviated when someone gender transitions. That is not clear at all. So that gets.
I just want to toss out to everyone. We've already talked about this. This is just like literally demonstrably false. We have like so much evidence. We've gone over so much evidence as to why this isn't right. And to say that there isn't any evidence to the contrary is just like patently. Now that is patently insane right there. So yeah, no, that's just wrong. That's just, yeah, exactly. What a Weasley little liar, dude. What a Weasley fucking little liar, dude.
It's, dramatically exaggerated. We don't know that either gender dysphoria is the cause of suicidality. We don't know that. Nor do we think that nor do we have evidence that gender transition will alleviate that. What we do know is that these girls.
Yes, we do. We already talked about it extensively.
Suddenly identifying as transgender, and they are now the dominant demographic. What they're experiencing doesn't look like gender dysphoria at all.
So maybe you can explain what exactly they're experiencing in the different.
I want to toss out there to everyone. She just suggested, like, she just made like a semi or like a quasi professional opinion that like what girls, heavy quotations on that, are experiencing is not clear at all, or something to that effect. She is just a lawyer. She doesn't have any medical or professional background. She doesn't know, like, she doesn't have any authority to be able to say this without citing any evidence. And so far, she hasn't cited any evidence. So let's be clear about that as we go forward.
Differences between typical symptomology of gender dysphoria and what these girls are going through right now. Because what you talk about is rapid onset gender dysphoria, this kind of new symptom that we've been seeing where one girl in a particular social group will declare that she is a boy, and then all the other girls in the social group will suddenly declare that they too are boys.
Hey, is Jangle still watching? I'm not going to belabor this point because actually Jangles has like a ton of really good literature on this, and Jangles has actually like talked extensively about this. When I put out this video, I will just reference people to that. Why you always lying? Yeah, exactly. No, but like when I put this video out, I'm going to reference some of Jangles' videos because like actually he's covered this a lot better than I could in the short time that I want to, or the short time that I have to do it right here. But yeah, the TLDR is that like rapid onset gender dysphoria was like proposed by like one rogue researcher for a university who relied on completely biased data and had like zero academic backing or like zero academic like literature to be able, like, she just completely extrapolated this term from nothing, right? So there are a lot of problems with using this, and it seems like that's where he is getting this idea. So yeah, I'm going to advise you to go watch Jangle's content on this. And yeah, like everything that he's saying here is just patently wrong.
That's exactly right. So we have a nearly 100-year diagnostic history of gender dysphoria, and it was always something that emerged in early childhood, ages 2 to 4. Little boys would say, "I'm not a boy, call me a girl. I only want to wear girls' clothes. I know and they were very insistent about it, and clearly felt severely uncomfortable being boys. Today, out of nowhere, the dominant demographic is teenage girls with no childhood history. And in fact, when you ask them, and Lisa Littman, the public health researcher, did the research.
Lisa Littman, there you go. Yeah, this person is like a gospel to them because like this one rogue researcher who came up with this completely unsubstantiated and completely biased report is the only person that they could cite because it's like the only person with any like semi-academic background that can actually like support their position. Yeah, completely unbiased, completely credible. Sure, why not? Totally.
Research on this. When you ask them why did they come to this, their answer is very often tied to social media. They discovered it with friends, or they discovered it on the internet. This is not how traditional gender dysphoria emerges.
Okay, so when we talk about the possibility
how traditional gender dysphoria emerges, she said nothing about how gender dysphoria emerges. She's no expert on what gender dysphoria is. She hasn't cited a single piece of evidence as to what gender dysphoria is. And like, gender dysphoria can emerge in a number of different ways, right? Like, I think that anyone being able, yeah. Yeah, Jangles is in the chat. Neat. Even Littman says you can't extrapolate her results to treat trans kids as a whole. Boom! Damn! Isn't that interesting? Isn't that just absolutely interesting to hear? Yeah, go watch Jangles' content on it. But anyway, what's important to recognize here is that Oh, dang, where was I getting to? But yeah, gender dysphoria can emerge in a number of ways. It doesn't have to be like this one particular narrative. And yeah, of course, it's going to change based on like where society is at and different societal factors, right? That doesn't mean anything inherently in and of itself.
Ability of treating people for rapid onset gender dysphoria or the prevalence of desistance here. What does treatment like that look like? I think people have this vision when they talk about quote-unquote conversion therapy that is wildly outdated. By the way, even outdated with regard to sexual orientation. I mean, there's sort of this perception that taking, even if you believe this is ineffective, the identification of sexual orientation, quote-unquote conversion therapy with what it was 50 years ago where people were being electroshocked in summer camp, as opposed to now you go talk to a doctor or a priest or...
Ben Shapiro, defender of conversion therapy. What can I say but yikes?
Something who's basically engaging in cognitive behavioral therapy. I mean, even if you believe that's ineffective, the attempt to conflate the two is ridiculous. To conflate that with regard to how people are treated now with regard to gender identity disorder or gender dysphoria is completely ridiculous. What does that look like? I mean, how typically have priests, religious authorities, and doctors treated kids who are coming in with gender dysphoria?
So the way that they treated them was by something called watchful waiting. Ken Zucker really pioneered this, is a wonderful psychologist who I interviewed many times. And what he would do is he looked at the whole child, and he would often say, and this was widely practiced, gender dysphoria, they may be expressing discomfort in their sex, but sometimes the problem is not their sex. Sometimes they have a parent who's not giving them attention until they dress as the opposite sex, or they feel a parent withdraw and only get happy with them when they look or seem like a girl. So they would sort of both try to get at the root of the child's distress. And in some cases, no therapy was required at all because over time, a child would naturally outgrow it.
Cool. I don't think that this is anything that people necessarily dispute. When you have a child who says that they're trans, yeah, of course the first thing that you should do is take them to like a psychiatrist or take them to get therapy to like make sure that they're able to work out what they're going through. I don't think that that's anything that anyone disagrees on. Yeah, if someone feels like they're trans just because their aunt or whatever is like dressing them up and that's the only way they can get support, then yeah, that's a problem and should be resolved in and of itself. No one disagrees with that. But there's a difference between like acknowledging that we need to take kids to like professionals so that they can get professional medical assistance and professional psychological assistance. There's a difference between that and categorically dismissing the idea that gender affirmation like scientifically and demonstrably helps people like children who are trans. In fact, all right, this is where we're going to go into this. This is where we're going to go into this argument because this is where this is going, all right? All right. Let's talk about this. Let's talk about trans youth, all right? Does gender affirmation demonstrably help transgender youth? All right? This is another one where there's a lot of it, all right? There's a lot of it, but we're going to get through it. We're going to get through it together, fam, because they're trying to make it out that there's no way that gender affirming health can help trans youth. So let's bury this right now. In a longitudinal, I love it. They said that there's no longitudinal studies. That's literally where we're fucking starting. In a longitudinal study on the effectiveness of puberty suppression and sex reassignment surgery on trans individuals in improving mental health outcomes, researchers found that treatments had unambiguously positive results after gender reassignment in young adulthood gender dysphoria. So mind you, like this study is talking about like young adulthood, so think like teenagers. Gender dysphoria was alleviated and psychological functioning had steadily improved. Well-being was similar to or better than same-age young adults from the general population. Improvements in psychological functioning was positively correlated with post-surgical subjective well-being. So mind you, right here, this study, and I'm not advocating that like children should get surgery, but like young adults, like teenagers who are of an age where they're able to, like according to the scientific medical community, is able to get surgery. Yeah, it really helps them. In fact, it has like a statistically significant positive correlation to like positive mental health. Surprise. In another study, researchers found that children who socially transition report levels of depression and anxiety which closely match levels reported by cisgender children, which are in striking contrast to previous work with gender nonconforming children who had not socially transitioned, which found very high rates of depression and anxiety. Which is basically kind of like the culmination of the meme in a study, I just want to be as sad and depressed as everyone else, right? What this study showed was that children who socially transitioned to be treated as the gender that they identified with reacted were now like basically the same as far as their anxiety and depression as cisgender children, right? Their degrees of anxiety and depression had risen since to where they were prior, which had been significantly well, I guess the levels had decreased from where they were because, like, before gender affirmation, they had been significantly higher. They had been more depressed and more anxious, but after they started being affirmed as the gender that they are, they actually saw a positive correlation with an improvement in the children's health. Furthermore, the APA recommends that it may be medically and therapeutically indicated for some transgender and other gender-diverse children and adolescents to transition from one gender to another, using any of the following: change of name, pronoun, hairstyle, clothing, pubertal suppression, cross-hormone treatment, and surgical treatment. Again, mind you, we're not prescribing surgery to like anyone that the medical community would not say to prescribe surgery to. And the same for like cross-sex hormone treatment. But what we are saying, and what the study does show, is that when you have people who are younger, like who are teenagers and younger, giving them gender diverse treatment as is warranted by the scientific and medical community does demonstrably help them. Period. Hold on, is there a fucker in chat? Mods, take care of anyone in chat because I don't want to deal with them right now. I'm doing a bit. But yeah, anyway, so let's go on, shall we? But yeah, the idea that there are only two genders, we already went over it earlier this stream. It's demonstrably false, and if you disagree with that, you're a science denier. Deal with it. Actually, can I do this? There we go. Ban hammer. Fuck you. I have the hammer. Also, mods, I don't know, I need to talk to my mods about making sure everyone is spread out enough among all the different places. But anyway, yeah, let's keep going. Therefore, the APA and the National Association of School Psychologists encourages school staff to support the decisions of children, adolescents, and families regarding a student's gender identity or expression, including whether to seek treatments and interventions, and discourage school personnel from requiring proof of medical treatment as a prerequisite for such support. And they recommend that administrators create safer environments for gender-diverse, transgender, and intersex/DSD students, allowing all students, staff, and teachers to have access to sex-segregated facilities, activities, and programs that are consistent with their gender identity, including but not limited to bathrooms, locker rooms, sports teams, and classroom activities, and avoiding the use of gender segregation in school uniforms, school dances, and extracurricular activities, and providing gender-neutral bathroom options for individuals who would prefer to use them. In another study, researchers found that trans youth who indicated their parents were strongly supportive of their gender identity and expressions were significantly more likely, 72% exactly, to report being satisfied with their lives than those with parents who were not strongly supportive, 33%. Also statistically significant, 70% of those parents strongly supportive of their gender identity and expression reported positive mental health, compared to 15% of those whose parents were not strongly supportive. The study also found that strong parental support decreased the likelihood of a suicide attempt within the past year from 57 to just 4%. Additionally, while 4% is still far too high, the impact of strong parental support can be clearly seen in the 93% reduction in reported suicide attempts for youth who indicated their parents were strongly supportive of their gender identity and expression. So let's be clear. The vast scientific consensus is that gender affirmation for young children is good and demonstrably increases their health and well-being. Period. This brings up another question. Actually, one that they raised, but we'll talk about it because the evidence on this is pretty concise. Can children and adolescents know that they are transgender? Well, according to the American Psychological Association, some children and adolescents are aware of their attraction to members of the same gender or of their status as a lesbian, gay, or bisexual person by early adolescence, although this awareness may vary by culture and acculturation. Whereas some children and adolescents may experience a long period of questioning their sexual orientations or gender identities, experiencing stress, confusion, fluidity, or complexity in their feelings and social identities, a person's gender identity develops in early childhood, and some young children may not identify with the gender assigned to them at birth. So, yeah, the vast majority scientific consensus is that children can know if they're trans. Gender identity develops very young, and children are able to tell. So, let's be clear. Not only can children know that they are trans from a young age, but it is the scientific and medical consensus that it is good to affirm them in their gender and to provide them with appropriate medical and gender affirming care. Period. Let's go on.
This was not something that needed a dramatic intervention, nor did it ever get one.
We're speaking about the book Irreversible Damage, The Transgender Craze Seducing Our Daughters by Abigail Shrier. The censorship of the book is in and of itself an amazing story, especially because it seems like it is presaging something even more dangerous, which would be not only the inability to even get out a message, contrary to the popular message that the only solution to any symptomology or even claim of gender dysphoria is surgery and hormone treatment, which is dramatic stuff, but also that if you yourself are a parent, I think this is the next step, is that if you are a parent and your child is at school and reports gender dysphoria and goes home and you say, well, we are going to use watchful waiting, we are going to wait and see if this is persistent or if it persists, that you will then be dragged up before Child Protective Services and you could lose your kid. It feels like this is the predictable next step. And
I mean, yeah, considering that we just looked at like the vast, again, we went over so much academic literature, but considering that we've already established that like there is demonstrable harm by attempting to like convert your child from one gender to another if they express that they have like a transgender identity. Yeah, it makes sense. Like I would certainly hope that like a parent who's trying to like make that child believe that they are whatever they want them to be, would be called out by authorities, right? Like I would certainly hope so, because that is like child abuse, So yeah, no, that's a good thing. That's a good thing according to the modern scientific consensus, Ben.
And I think we're going to see it in the UK and Canada, and then finally we'll see it in the United States if this continues.
Remember that already schools are not telling the parents. So in California, this is certainly true. They actually have forms they fill out in which if a child is, after being encouraged, steeped in gender ideology and encouraged to come out as one other gender than
gender ideology, probably tells you a lot more about like the credibility of this person than like any individual argument that they make.
Than their biological sex. The parents, these schools will then fill out a form, ask them their gender, their new name and pronouns, and the school will keep that from the parents. We do this in California. They do this in New York and New Jersey. I've been told by parents. I know New York's very open about it. So already the undermining of parental authority on this issue is very strong and very extreme. In fact, in California, we have something called spiritual abuse, which is written into the California framework, and that's when kids are taught.
Where is this going? Spiritual abuse? Hey, let's hear it. Let's hear it.
If someone tries to, based on religion, make you conform to their idea of biological sex. So they're already being told that their parents are abusers.
Based on their religion, conform to their view of biological sex. Okay. That's not relevant at all. At all. Let's move on.
If they don't go along with this.
This is deeply scary stuff. Pick up the new book. It's Irreversible Damage, The Transgender Craze Seducing Our Daughters. Don't pay attention to social media that's censoring it instead. Go buy the book. It's still available on Amazon, right? They just won't allow you to advertise it.
It is for now.
Oh yeah, don't pay attention to social media because the overwhelming response on social media is that it's wrong and written by someone who's just a science denier. Yeah, don't pay attention to that. Don't pay attention to that, folks. Just take her at her word. The person who has like no scientific or medical background on trans issues trying to speak authoritatively on trans issues. Yeah, no, listen to her. Don't listen to social media. It's fucking people.
Okay, we'll see how long it is before Amazon deplatforms it. The good news is there's still alternative markets available, at least for the moment. Abigail Shrier, thanks so much for joining the show. Really appreciate your courage on this issue.
Thanks so much.
What else is there to say, people? This is the first time I've talked about Ben Shapiro on this channel. So I do want to make this point very clear, right? To just point it out, because like, I know that at least a couple people have compared my rhetorical style to him in some ways, right? Sometimes I'm speaking like super fast and I'm able to articulate my arguments super quickly or whatever. we also both have legal backgrounds, and we're people with legal backgrounds who engage in sort of like this public discussion, et cetera, et cetera. It's really interesting for me to watch Ben, because I can pick out a lot of what he does, because honestly, like, people make him out to be like this masterful, you know, or like crazy, amazing rhetorist, right? He just uses a lot of techniques that people in any, you know, who come into the legal profession are taught at like the basic stage of their education, right? Like, he thinks and talks like a lawyer, right? And honestly, once you start to learn like all the little rhetorical bits and little snippets that he does here and there, like once you learn to be able to spot those, and once you learn how to use them yourself, not only are you able to easily spot them in other people, but you're able to realize just like how full of shit some people are. And I hope that it's very readily, apparent to people who are watching this, especially people who watch a video I put out after this goes live. I hope that people are like very acutely aware of just like how much Ben does not know about trans people, and how like demonstrably wrong he is about literally everything that he said. He's no like amazingly like intellectually superior authority on fucking anything that he talks about. He's a lawyer, he's a rhetorist, he knows how to like be able to beat people in conversations, but that by no means means that the things that he's saying are objectively correct. It just means that he knows how to use rhetoric. And all that it takes is for someone who actually like has a comparable degree of skill with rhetoric to be able to topple him like single-handedly. So yeah, I don't see him as anyone to be taken seriously in the slightest. Boom! Third video done. We are blazing through there. Trans rights are human rights. Damn right. I mean, you know, I'm sort of biased, but hey, what do I know? Yeah, alright. How are people doing? I'm sweating a little bit. My apartment is hot, but I need to keep it warm because of my turtle. Actually, you know, hold on. I'm gonna get out Shelly for a moment. Hey everyone, this is Shelly. Hi, Shelly. Yeah, so the reason why I don't... I mean, like, my apartment is cool, right? But the reason I don't have it, like, super cold in here is because Shelly does not like super cold weather. Like, it really... We're actually not sure what the gender is for Shelly, so I went gender neutral Shelly. I don't know, just use whatever pronouns. I don't think that Shelly really cares all that much. But yeah, we keep it pretty cool for them, or pretty warm for them. So that's the reason why I'm sweating a little bit, but I'm not sure how much you can tell from just watching me. All right, how am I doing? Twitch, chat, check-in. How you doing? It looks like about the same amount of people on there, so I don't know. Let's see. Oh, thank you for subscribing. I think that there was someone who just did. Thank you. I appreciate it. Let's see. YouTube chat, check in. How are you doing? Fuck, still 180 people. Damn. All right. I'm glad that I didn't lose too many of you during that. Like, I want people to understand, like, give me constructive feedback, especially in the comments for this and in the videos I put out, because like sometimes, like, as I'm doing this, I feel like I'm talking so much about academic literature, right? Like, I feel like that's just like going on and on and on, but it is important, right? Because like when someone like Ben wants to come up and say, oh, well, we have no idea, there's no academic literature on like this particular subject, and like we know that there is, and there's like an overwhelming amount of it, then I just want to like bury him with it, right? So yeah, so let me know how you felt about it. All right, Shelly wants to go back in here. I'm gonna go wash my hands real quick. I'll be right back, folks. Okay. Well. So, that's the last of like the major content creators we're going to cover for tonight. Now, we're going to move to some interesting discussion. Now we're going to talk about some Twitter drama. Fun. So, really where this starts is this tweet that I put out a little while ago. Now, here's the context for this, right? This summer, I've been doing, well, I mean, like, for a while I've been doing work to this effect, but this summer in particular, I've been doing a lot of work kind of figuring out how the political system works, both in the state and federal level, right? I've been working a clerkship with the Maryland Attorney General's office. I've been doing a lot of really good research for them. I can't go into the specifics because attorney-client privilege and attorney work product rules, so on and so forth. But I've been learning a lot, right? And I've been learning a lot about how the political system works. Mind you, I am primarily, first and foremost, a political pragmatist. I understand that term can be taken to mean a lot of different things. But from a leftist perspective, I'm just trying to get the best policies advanced in our society, right? And because I am particularly left-leaning, these include, like, you know, a lot of rights for minority people, healthcare rights, social welfare rights, so on and so forth. Like, those are the things I care about, right? I care about implementing policies which demonstrably benefit the lives of the average person in our country, period. And so I'm always trying to figure out the best way for advancing those rights. And after I thought a lot, again, this isn't perfect, but I basically put this out saying, here's the abridged pathway for civil rights in our country, right? First, it starts with cultural discussion. What we're doing on here, talking to your friends and family, like creating discussion in a public place, or even just among people who you know, right? Like creating discussion on a particular subject or group of subjects. If you're able to get that widespread enough, eventually you're able to form a movement. And the movement is really powerful because once you have a movement, you can do things like direct action, including, but not limited to, voting, lobbying. We'll talk about that more later. Protesting, strikes are an example, and so on, right? That, once you're able to do enough of that, will lead to electing sympathetic politicians. Someone pointed out that this can have some overlap with stage 3, and yes, that's true, but I draw a distinction between like the actions of like people in a civilian capacity and the actions of like an elected politician. And once you get that, they can start enacting law, right? Boom. That's how you go from step 0 or step 1 all the way to enacting law. Like, that's the process. Of course, there are other ways to enact law, but from like a civilian perspective, this is the best way to do it. And this is the most straightforward way to do it. All right. Now, I'm bringing this up not to have like a long conversation about like how to be able to effectuate political change, but rather to talk about some responses to this tweet I put out. Because I didn't realize it when I did it, but apparently this turned into one of my most controversial tweets like that I've had so far. So, where'd you go? Hold on. Oh, wait, hold on. I also commented, obviously this isn't perfect. I've just been thinking over the consequential effects of certain actions as well as learning a ton about legislative process with my work this summer. This is a simplified version of a checklist for effecting change to legislature. And Anna Red responded, yeah, it isn't perfect because it's wrong. Not going to give me any more to go off of. Just that it's wrong. Okay. So I responded, well, okay, can you point where and actually be constructive instead of just dismissing it entirely? And she said, because social change doesn't come from lobbying with bourgeois parliament, especially now when we look at BLM, the state wants to take arms away and crush the struggle. If we want to liberate Black people from racism, we need to organize general strikes and fight the state. So here's how I responded. Cool. So while you're off doing that, I'm going to be over here actually meaningfully defending and advocating for civil rights with the tools currently available to us. But hey, by all means, pursue your plan if it actually ends up helping people. Let me know when it does. Mind you, I was a little snarky because I felt like she was not exactly being the most constructive in the way that she delivered her criticism. But yeah, literally, it's just like, just do a revolution. And I mean, hey, if you're able to do it, mind you, we're all trying to get the same thing. We're all trying to help the average person, right? And if you're able to achieve that revolution, go for it. Go for it. But you know, I'm going to focus on like things I have learned throughout my career, throughout my education, because mind you, I have a degree in political science. Not only that, like a degree in political science with honors, right? So I know what I'm talking about. I'm currently studying law, and I'm literally working for like an attorney general's office this summer. I have a pretty good idea of how the political process works in America, like a decent idea, right? And I even said here, I mean, I don't want to be mean to people ideologically aligned with me, but when I'm trying to have an actual conversation about how to effectuate change, don't get antagonistic with me because I'm trying to be as pragmatic and realistic as possible, right? Where was the next part of it? She said something. Oh yeah, this was the thing that set me off so much. Like this, oh my god, this is so fucking Like, mind you, I don't really get angry with people when I'm talking about them very often. I don't really get angry. Like, with Ben and Arielle and everyone, like, all the people we've talked about previously, I didn't really get mad with any of them because I sort of expect that degree of that degree of stupid from any of them already. Like, I already sort of expect it. But, like, when I'm dealing with people who I am ideologically aligned with, And yeah, this was how I responded. Political pragmatism is reactionary. A lot of people weighed in on this. I just want to go through this. I do have a point. I'm gonna have a bit in a segment, but I'm giving you all the total circumstantial evidence for it, right? Like the totality of the circumstances, then we'll have to talk about it. She said, "You're trying to argue that lobbying is how we win rights, and that's not pragmatic at all. What should we tell those people on the picket lines, to go home and find a sympathetic politician?" And yeah, lobbying is one of the main ways to influence policy nationally. Literally every major social organization does this. The ACLU, the NAACP, even Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter, they are a corporation. I don't know if you all realize it. It's BLM Incorporated. Yeah, they go and lobby all the fucking time. That's literally how you get laws passed. If you don't elect in someone directly who supports you, you have to send people to go and convince politicians who are currently in office to adopt your views. That's direct action. It's as direct as you can get, actually. And as for the protesters, yes, they need to vote for the politicians who represent them. If they don't, it's, I'm not going to say impossible to affect change, but it's really fucking hard. No, Riley, see, how we really change the system is by doing Chaz in every city. I think this is where, oh, yeah. I think we need to grow class character of BLM and not focus on lobbying. And I said, cool, then you will accomplish nothing. But again, if I'm wrong, then let me know. Whenever you achieve your whatever it is that you want, I'll be over here actually making things happen. And she said, so you're cool against political strikes and trying to unionize during the coronavirus. I'm assuming she, her. I don't know if this person is, it's trans girl chess. So I assume it's she, her. Oh, wait, it says so in the, yeah, it says she, her. And again, and literally, I want to make this very clear. Again, I never said any of that. It is good and necessary to build a movement of working class and oppressed people. But unless you actually do something with that movement, like elect politicians who will advance your interests, that effectively means nothing. Okay? That effectively means nothing. You have to do something with your movement. You have to do something with it, or else you're not going to be able to achieve meaningful, lasting change. Okay? That's all I'm getting at here. Where is it? There was one point where... I'm looking for where she said it. She said something else, and that's really the last place that I want to take this. Striking is how you win rights. I can't find it right now. I'm going to look for about 2 more seconds. And if I don't find it, then I'm going to move on. Pragmatism is just reactionary. I can't find it right now, but there was one place. All right, so where I'm taking this, there was a place where eventually I just got super fucking tired of it. If someone can find this tweet and can reference it to me in my Discord, then I'll put it up on the screen. There was one point where she asked me, or asked someone else in a different conversation, if I had ever led a strike, because she defined having a strike as the only way to actually achieve whatever it was that she was talking about. So let's have a conversation about class reductionism, or at least what I understand class reductionism to be. There's been a lot of discussion about it lately. Primarily, it's been happening around Vosh and like his lists of people that he called out as class reductionists. I'm not going to touch on that too much, but if we're just talking about it in this sense, this seems to be what a lot of people are just finding it as, right? Like this idea that the only way to be able to achieve a successful being very objective here, but a successful movement is to have like a revolution of the proletariat, is to have something primarily based on class struggle, is to have something like a strike, or to be able to do something that effect, and that any other way of affecting change is meaningless. So let me talk a little bit about my own personal history, right? When I graduated from undergraduate, I almost immediately started working for a homeless outreach nonprofit in Memphis, Tennessee. After I worked there for a couple months, I eventually was promoted to program director, where I worked for another about half a year or so before I eventually left. While I was there, literally every single day, I would get up in the morning and I would, from basically the time I woke up to the time I went to sleep, because we were located right smack dab in the middle of one of the poorest, most disenfranchised parts of Memphis, I would be helping people. Whether it was something basic like giving someone, like helping people get like food, water, clothing, showers, and so on, to more meaningful things like helping them get medical attention, helping them get jobs, helping them get into shelters, helping them get therapy, and so on, right? Obviously, none of this had to do directly with like influencing the class dynamics and class struggle in Memphis. But damn it, it was like I put my heart into that. And I can meaningfully say that I helped so many people when I was doing that. And it's really insulting to dismiss all of that because I didn't like meet the threshold of starting a strike, which is so particular and so specific that if that was the only criteria I set out for myself, if that was the only criteria I set out for myself for success, I would have never done any of the work that I did. And I know that I help people. And then after that, of course, I have since gone to law school. Now, not only am I going to law school, I'm sitting on the board of directors for a legal nonprofit, that being Free State Justice. The work that they do being very, very important because what they are doing is... they provide free legal assistance to people who are LGBT who otherwise cannot afford it. And they also do a lot of policy work. Literally the work that I was talking about earlier, right? Like in Maryland, like over the past couple of years, that organization has been primarily responsible for the majority of the pro-LGBT policy that's been passed in Maryland. That is extremely important. Some examples, I know that one example, this is just off the top of my head, was that they were able to get some bills passed for LGBT or for gender inclusive bathrooms in schools. I mean, just think about the importance of that, right? Like now that you're able, like now in Maryland and a lot of places where you have trans youth, like they're able to access gender inclusive bathrooms. People who are trans, can you imagine how much easier your childhood may have been if you came out and like being able to have access to those restrooms. I mean, like speaking just personally, completely anecdotally, but like that means the world. That would have meant the world to me. So I don't think it's too long of a toss to say that that's a pretty important improvement in the lives of a lot of people. And beyond that, they also help with like a lot of legal documents, like getting your gender marker changed, getting your name changed. Like that's a lot of really fucking good work. And excuse my language, but I mean, when you have someone who's basically dismissing all of that as just meaningless, I don't know what to say. It just shocks my conscience. And it kind of makes me feel like everything that I'm doing here is like moot, right? Like it gives me the impression that like, oh, all of this work that I do doesn't actually matter. Again, I can't talk about it too much, but to the extent I am able to talk about it, literally all this week, I've been doing research on like police brutality. Again, I cannot say probably any more than that, but for one of my superiors at the office. And there's a chance that that might have like seriously beneficial effects on the state of Maryland. And fuck, I've been working my ass off. And I feel like that could, like, I'm proud of myself. I want to be proud of myself because I feel like that has had like such a demonstrably, like it has the possibility of having such demonstrably beneficial effect on so many people. And this person would just dismiss that as like, well, did you start a strike? Yeah. All that I really want to do, thank you. All that I really want to do is just focus on making sure that we are doing things like that, we are advancing the goals that we have, that we set for ourselves, but we're also just like being practical about it, right? There was someone who tweeted in response to me, and thank you for subscribing. There was someone who tweeted in response to me, like clarifying that like, hey, just beware that like political pragmatism as a term can be in certain contexts a right-wing dog whistle. And that was actually news to me, but it makes sense, right? Like if you, like I know that it's certainly possible for a lot of people who are right-wing to, you know, refer to themselves as just political pragmatists trying to make themselves out to be apolitical and then criticize left-wing or further left policy as being like unpractical. Or I know that Destiny has previously said it's like utopian, right? And I don't want to make myself out to be similar to that because I am pushing a lot of policy that is similar to people, like to the vast majority of what's being pushed on the left. And that's why I personally identify as a leftist, right? Because I do genuinely believe that a lot of the policies that we talk about the vast majority of the time, with perhaps the exception of like tankies and whatnot, are basically aligned. And even then, there's a lot of agreement. I just want to make sure that we're all in acknowledgement that like again, you can have whatever goals that you want to, but we need to also be just pragmatic and acknowledge that like there are certain things that we could do right now to materially improve the lives of people that we are trying to help. And we should try to. And you can work towards multiple goals at once. And if you have some other goal that's not reformism, then work towards that, but understand that you could also like, you know, maybe help vote in an election or maybe help go to a protest or whatever in the meanwhile to do something like right now. It's not the worst idea and every bit helps. And that's why in the initial tweet that I posted, and I'll stand by this, I will die on this hill, we need to be able to form a movement. Or rather, we need to be able to form a cohesive movement that can accomplish direct action, right? That's what we need to do. It's how we'll make change. And if we cannot do that, then all that we're doing, everything that we're doing right now is just performative. If we can't do that, everything that we're doing is just RP. And I think it's important that we just be frank with that. Boom. God, 4 videos in, I'm going insane. All right. How are we doing? How are we checking out? How are we doing? I'm only starting to slightly go insane. I'm only slightly going insane at this point. Twitch chat, check in. All right, it's a similar amount of people. YouTube chat, check in, stat. 168. All right, that's still comparable. That's still a fucking ton of people. So nice. For people who are around, let me take a sip real quick. First off, how are you doing, fam? Discord chat, talk to me. You're the most important to me. Hey, Jangles, what's up? How you doing? Discord chat, I will talk to you and only you, because fuck the rest of you. If you care about me, then join my Discord. You're good. Thanks. I hope you had a fun night the other day. I saw you tweeting, and I was like, oh my god. We're the favorite child. You're damn right you're the favorite child in this family. Validate this more. Emma, you're cute and valid. Congrats. Cheers. I say in a purely platonic way. I'm not sure if I've said to people, but I've definitely said it in my Discord that, like, I'm probably just gonna play it safe and never date anyone or ever like flirt with anyone in my community. Just feel like, you know, we've had plenty of discussion in the community about like the dangers of and like the power dynamics at play there. So I'd rather just kind of like cultivate the community and not like introduce that sort of an element. So reason why for people who join, you'll notice that we don't have an NSFW section. I ain't playing around with that shit. Nope, not in my lawn. If y'all want to be horny, then go somewhere else. This is a family friendly PG-13 server right here. So yeah, cheers to that. We are ain't no parasocialism in here. You're damn right. I hate all of you. Nah, you're fine. No, Xander likes sex cult. So we're gonna be talking about that. Actually, that might be a good lead off because I have a commitment later that I really would like to get to. And honestly, we're making really good time because I had 5 segments at minimum planned for this. Just wait until the horny posters start rioting. Fuck. Well, then fuck them. I'll have my people start going about and banning all of them. Fuck you. Also, what's up, Zan? We're actually just about to talk about this. So yeah, actually, hold on. Let me pull this up on Twitter because this basically started. I know it's not too far back because okay. It's weird having Zan here, but I imagine that like the whole purpose of this is to have me be like an objective third party. So I'm gonna objective third party the shit out of this. All right. So let's get some context. So apparently this happened yesterday. Zan posted, quote, "I miss dealing with abusive people on the right who can just call you to your face and tell you to kill yourself, as opposed to the lefties who will talk / lie about you behind your back while passive aggressively concerned, trolling, and gaslighting you about it." Then this person posted, "Is this to your face enough?" This is a very small Twitter user and YouTuber. We'll talk more about this in a second, but let's look at where the conversation goes. Zan said, "Please tell me this is satire," and I just saw it, and I didn't know what to say. And this is what I said. I was like, what? And I didn't expect for anything to happen from that. I just thought I was just going to post a reaction, and that was it. But she responded to me. Like this really big tweet, right? She said, "Please watch this, Riley. I think the evidence I show is good, and you are a reasonable person who can call in Xander in here. I know the title is a little clickbaity." Yeah, you fucking think you're calling Xan the Onision of LeftTube. Just a tad clickbaity. But I tried messaging Xan privately about his behavior first, and at this point, this feels like the only option for accountability. Which, right now, I'm not sure how truthful you're being, considering the title and how clickbaity it is, but we'll talk more about like my thoughts on the circumstances about this in a bit, because I've looked a little bit into it without watching the video. So I said, I'll watch it on stream tomorrow. I'm 12 hours in drafting a brief, which yesterday I was going insane. I'm in a much better state of mind because I slept like 13 hours last night and I needed to. But yeah, I mean, like, hey, listen, I'm all about evidence. If people can provide evidence for a claim, then I'm all for I'm all for calling it out. Oh, look at what Emma said. The person cancel call literally created their YouTube channel yesterday? Are you fucking serious? This is good context. I knew that they were small. I knew that they were incredibly small, but this is good context. This is very good context. But I will reserve my opinions until we watch the video. So I already agreed to watching it. Mind you, actually, no, I'm going to talk about some things first, right? So here's the video. Do not yet go subscribe to this person. Don't even click on the video yet. Do not. Because here are some things about it. This is a person with 26 subscribers. Apparently, they created their video, their account yesterday. Yeah. Here are my immediate thoughts on this. And I have yet to look at the video, so I'm going to give you my thoughts right now, my concerns, and we will go from here. What I am worried about are a couple things, right? First, obviously, there's a clickbaity nature of the title. There's also the fact that this person literally just created their account. And literally, this is the first video on their account. And it seems like they also just recently created their Twitter. So there's very little to go on as far as verifying that this person is acting in good faith, right? That's the first part of it. Oh, the person is in YouTube chat. Well, hello there. I'm giving you my thoughts. Again, I'm just expressing my concerns to begin with. But if you want to say more, then join the Discord chat and you can say more there and I'll pay attention to it. But there's nothing to go on to verify that this person is acting in good faith. Now, that does not mean that they are acting in bad faith. That just means that the only thing that we have to go on is what's in the video. The title does not make me too confident, but they have already disclaimed that hey, I know that the title is clickbaity, but I provide good evidence. So that's where I'm currently at. I'm very interested in seeing what evidence they provide. I am skeptic given the circumstances, but I'm going to hear them out. So, oh, and then there's also the fact that I've known Xan for a while, and this has already been beaten into the dirt pretty extensively, to say the least. I reviewed some of the facts in some of the video that he posted the other day just to make sure that I was up to date on all the facts, and if there's anything that I'm not aware of, then I'm just going to kick that to let Xan talk about it or whatever. I think that he said he was going to talk about it on stream. But let's go on. So,
and what happens when you get famous? Well, a lot of things, but I'll short it for you.
Let me make sure. Is this on? Oh, it's already sped up. Yeah, we're going to put this on 1.5 because I'm not just watching 40 minutes on a bridge.
People start wanting to fuck you. Like a lot of people. It doesn't matter if you're attractive. It doesn't matter if you're uncharismatic. If you have influence, if people look up to you, if people admire you, there will be people who want to fuck you. This is just a fact of the matter. This is just what happens. Now, this isn't always a bad thing. In fact, as somebody who gets that attention too, I like waking up, looking at Discord notifications. They want to fuck, they want to fuck, they want to fuck. Ignore.
I get this. She's using Vosh, the statement from Vosh is evidence that listen, you should very well have known that people who look up at you are going to fuck at you, are going to want to fuck you. Fair warning, she takes a lot of things out of context in the video. All right, then I'll keep that in the I'll keep that in mind. Do I think that there's this idea that people who look up at you want to fuck you? Probably. I think that's a fine position to take. Do I think that means that creator, I can already see where this argument is going to go, right? I think that this is basically insinuating that Xan well should have known what was going to happen, and based on the evidence he provided, I'm not sure if that's appropriate to make that conclusion, but let's go on.
All of you. Sorry, I'm oof, you're just you couldn't handle me. Now, the responsible thing to do in my position here is to simply let it slide off of me like water off of a window pane. But the reason I'm capable of doing that is because I'm actually not super fucking desperate. But some people are.
The Onision bread tube. That's a pretty big claim, but let's see it. All right. Okay, so talk about some of it. Make an argument, because you just showed me a bunch of out-of-context tweets.
This is Xanderhal. He's a growing debate bro in the BreadTube community and was just recently accused of having an inappropriate...
Is this League? I don't play League. I don't know if this is, but... whatever.
...relationship with a fan. The story starts when Xander and some of his female friends start a not safe for work harem. I will not be naming the girl making...
Wait a second. Okay, hold on. That's pretty reductive. Oh, it's Smite? Okay. That sounds pretty reductive. From what I understand, they started, like, a friendly group chat and jokingly called it a harem, but, like, there was a overwhelming, like, clear understanding that it was in parody. So that's pretty reductive to start.
Making the accusations, because she has made it very clear that she doesn't want to have her name involved in any of this, so we'll just call her Z. According to Z, Xander offered her a place to live and then rescinded that offer when she gets in troubles with the other women in their harem.
Wait. Hold on. Oh my god, there's so much. From what I understand, Xan didn't, like, actually offer her a place to live, but rather made, like, a pun to that effect that no reasonable person would, like, should have believed was actually made seriously. So, no. And mind you, like, this is something that we see in the law too, right? Like, for example, in contract formation, like, the way that you form a contract, technically it's really easy. Like, you can literally, like, people make it out to be, like, this very elaborate, like, process where you have, like, a very fancy piece of paper and both parties sit down to sign it. And that's not true, right? Like, there are just a couple different elements, and the first is just an objective manifestation of intent to be bound, which is a fancy way of saying offer and acceptance, but it's based on what a reasonable person could have told or would have understood in the circumstance, right? If a reasonable person, like, let's say that you and I, hypothetically, let's say that we have, let's say that I look at you and I'm like, hey, so, you know, if you want, you can come to live with me in my giant mansion a couple of years off and I'll take care of you for the rest of your life. And I say something like so crazy outrageous that no reasonable person could ever be expected to believe it, then, like, if that was, like, a term in a contracted formation, it's very likely, again, disclaimer, I'm a law student, any legal information I provide is not legal advice, etc., then, like, in a court of law, no reasonable juror or judge would agree that, like, you should have reasonably expected that to be truthful. And that's what I understand to be here. Like, this seems, again, like, very reductive.
Group. According to Xander, he did say this, but he was clearly joking. And that it's Z who's just basically continuing to freak out.
I mean, yeah.
And make up lies for clout. Xander made a video and many tweet threads responding to this drama where he name-dropped Z, which is a point of contention for me, so I will not be linking them here. Now, in my opinion, this drama isn't anything worth canceling over on its own, as it seemed like at the end of the day, a miscommunication that could have been solved by a simple apology. However, after Z shared her story on Twitter, a bigger YouTuber, ThoughtSlime, picked up on it and tweeted that Xander has a sex cult. This is where, as Xander puts it in his video,
an anti-BreadTube Twitter has blown it up and signal boosted the drama in an attempt to try and hurt my reputation. Unfortunately, it's kind of working. Every post on our BreadTube has at least one post talking about this, and I've even had fucking ThoughtSlime, a much larger YouTuber than me, claiming to have a sex cult after blocking me. So
yeah, so far this seems consistent.
It blew up, and Xander started talking about it. Now, you might think that the BreadTube community would be relatively scandalous, because people on the left tend to be just a tad more conscious about issues like and abuse of power.
What? I don't know what to make of that.
However, there tends to be an opposite effect, because people on our side are so vigilant that some people are, you know, very trigger happy to accuse people, even when it might turn out not to be true.
Yeah.
This was even the case in Xanderhal's situation, as he has been called a rapist, even though Z herself has made it very clear from the get-go that that was not what she was saying. I also want to make it very clear now that that is not what I am saying either. Because of the culture of LeftTube and the nature that eventually everyone will be canceled for something, one of Xander's main defenses to this drama was that
I don't know what the purpose of providing the I hate ContraPoints tweet is. I could probably say more about that because I know more than the average person, but I won't. Let's move on.
The people who are trying to cancel him for this are these same woke scolds and should therefore be ignored. I know this is a thing, so I ask everyone watching this. If you know who Xanderhal is, you know that he would want you to listen to both sides of any argument. So please strap in, there's a lot to unpack.
I mean, yeah, right now you're posturing yourself as, like, acting in good faith. There's been a couple times where I've been a little concerned about the way that you present certain things, like just concluding that he made a harem, which makes me skeptic of whether or not you're authentic. But, you know, I agree with that sentiment, so let's listen more.
Like every day, like 15 new videos on Onision are uploaded every single day. Like, this isn't unusual. So I figure that the reason for why people go after Onision over and over and over again is because he's a fairly big figure, and he causes demonstrable harm to the community, to online spaces, to real life spaces. He causes harm. So, through that same logic, I can justify covering Blaire White over and over and over again. Yeah.
I want to listen to that again, because I think the insinuation is that, like, Xan is basically defining why Onision is harmful, and is going to then try to, like, say that Xan is in these same ways harmful to the YouTube community.
The reason for why people go after Onision over and over and over again is because he's a fairly big figure, and he causes
Fairly big figure.
demonstrable harm to the community, to online spaces, to real life spaces. He causes harm. So, through that same logic,
All right, fairly big figure who causes demonstrable harm.
I can justify covering Blaire White over and over and over again. Yeah.
It's funny that Xander should mention Onision in that video in April, because Xander's behavior these past few months in response to these allegations have reminded me of a lot of things that Onision also did. Now, Onision is undoubtedly worse than Xander. I want to reiterate again here that I am not claiming Xanderhal to anyone, simply that he is abusing his power and that he's still at least, maybe, probably, definitely a little sexist.
Okay, I'm gonna want to see evidence of that, but then why did you make your title that he is the Onision of BreadTube or LeftTube? If you're not saying that, then don't make that your title. That's disingenuous.
One thing that really stuck out to me as problematic in Onision's response to one of his victims, Shiloh's accusations, was not him saying that he didn't do these things, but rather that she wanted it and then freaked out and changed her mind later for the clout. At one point, she had a mental breakdown and she definitely did some not cool stuff, which Onision caught on camera. One thing she did was threaten to kill herself. Onision used Shiloh's words here to turn the story on her and claim that she was the abusive one, since
Okay, I'm not gonna say too much about this. I don't follow Onision too much, so I can't, like, verify if this is accurate or not.
threatening someone with suicide is emotionally abusive. And this proof that Shiloh was evil and manipulative actually worked for some people. As more victim stories came out about how Onision would prey on barely legal women, more evidence came out from Onision of these young girls doing things like lying in relationships, acting with extreme rage, or generally not following set relationship boundaries, which is not okay. So, did these girls deserve what happened to them? Were they equally at fault in this relationship?
I want to listen to this again. I'm sorry. But I'm trying to understand, like, where the similarities are between what Xanderhal did and what happened in this particular circumstance, because you're citing this, trying to say that these are comparable, and I need to listen to this again.
Which Onision caught on camera. To one of his victims, Shiloh's accusations, was not him saying that he didn't do these things, but rather that she wanted it and then freaked out and changed her mind later for the clout. At one point, she had a mental breakdown and she definitely did some not cool stuff, which Onision caught on camera. One thing she did was threaten to kill herself. Onision used Shiloh's words here to turn the story on her and claim that she was the abusive one, since threatening someone with suicide is emotionally abusive.
Yeah, this doesn't sound comparable at all to what happened. Like, at all comparable. Because first it assumes that Xan did the things that people accuse him of, and that he took, like, additional steps to victimize or to cause harm to the person who did these things to him. Or telling my friends that it'd be... Oh yeah, let's read this. The fact you didn't message... The fact you didn't message me missing for 5 days shows how much of snakes you are. You never cared. Too bad it's all your faults. You can deny it, but it's all of your faults. I attempted to kill myself. It's all your faults. Wow. Yeah, because that's cool. That's chill, blaming other people who didn't treat you the way that you wanted, for trying to take your own life. That's real cool. Right now, it's like I'm trying to assign you charitability, but I am not seeing the parallels.
And this proof that Shiloh was evil and manipulative actually worked for some people. As more victim stories came out about how Onision would prey on barely legal women, more evidence came out from Onision of these young girls doing things like lying in relationships, acting with extreme rage, or generally not following set relationship boundaries.
Yeah, as far as I'm aware, like, Xan has accused her of being dishonest and for doing things like what she did in this message. But he has receipts for all of it, right? Like, he has demonstrably shown me evidence to back up everything that he's claimed. And secondly, he's claimed nothing to the extent that Onision did in the circumstance that you're citing, taking it at face value.
which is not okay. So, did these girls deserve what happened to them? Were they equally at fault in this relationship since they were shitty too? Well, no. I think the moral we can actually take from this story is that if you date young people, it is more likely to blow up, because high schoolers don't know how to have a healthy relationship yet, and so to expect them to be on the same level of emotional maturity is an unfair standard.
Yeah, let's talk about this for a second. He didn't date any of those people. I can say that I can say that pretty definitively. Like, he has made clear at multiple circumstances, at multiple times, that he wasn't dating any of them. And he has provided evidence that it was known among everyone that it was a friend group. This is very similar to you posturing what this was as a harem earlier, when again, it was understood by everyone to be parody.
To put on a woman who is in her teens. It also feels pretty convenient that when shit blows up, these young women almost invariably don't act as the angel victim, and that becomes a big focus of the ensuing.
Hold on. You're providing evidence.
It also feels pretty convenient that when shit blows up, these young women almost invariably don't.
These are just statements of the person. I'm going to try to not reference them by name, even though I feel like everyone knows who this is at this point. Yeah, it's just the statements of the person making the claims. It's not really evidence.
Is the angel victim.
I forgot about that. So just going out and giving an idea of what type of person is. She outed me as trans in the space I didn't want to be outed in after being told by multiple people to do so. That she told not to draw attention to me, which else? What's the relevance of this? It's presented out of context, and I don't know what I'm supposed to be taking from it.
And that becomes a big focus of the ensuing drama.
You're not explaining, like, you're just providing out of context tweets without explaining the relevance of any of them.
Why do these...
Yeah, like, you aren't providing any context for why any of this is relevant. You're just throwing tweets ahead of me, like in front of me, and expecting me to understand what they're trying to prove.
Fallout seemed to blow up so spectacularly. I mean, personally, I've had some bad relationships in my youth, but nothing to the extreme of threatening suicide. This might be a common question running through the heads of the younger fan base of Onision and, to some extent, Xander. You might think that while having a relationship with a younger woman might be a little rocky, surely it isn't always this bad.
He didn't have a relationship. You keep insinuating that he had a relationship with this person. The more you insinuate that, the more that makes me think that either A, you don't really know the circumstances of what was happening, or B, that you do know and that you're acting disingenuously.
Bad. Plus, while the age difference between Onision and Shiloh was like 10 years, the difference in age between Xanderhal and Z was only 2. However, factor in that Z has autism and claims to be less emotionally mature, this...
Yeah, younger woman, 2 years. Right, no, I mean, like, they were comparable in age, but I mean, that's really not something I want to dwell on too much. Like, it doesn't really matter to me.
Deficit may be larger. Personally, from watching Xander's...
Other than, like, to draw another distinction between... Yeah, otherwise, to draw another distinction between, like, you and the Onision shit, right? I mean, like, that doesn't matter. Or at least that's not, like, the difference in age isn't really a fact of consideration here.
And Z's stream on this issue, it is obvious to me that Xander is more mature for his age, while Z is less. But age is just a factor. Another huge factor that Onision and Xanderhal have in common is their power dynamics, both in finding their partners and in how they respond when their partners...
You keep insinuating that this is how he found his partners. Like, this is like the 3rd or 4th time you've said this, and it makes me like I'm really trying to assign you charitability, but like the fact that you keep posturing that this way really shows me that you're acting kind of disingenuously. I mean, like, shit. I'm going to say it again, and I don't want to keep pausing to say the same thing, but I mean, from what I understand and from what everyone understood in that circumstance, he wasn't in a relationship with those people. And that seems like a pretty big distinguishing factor between these two circumstances, and especially relevant when that seems to be like the basis of your argument.
Partners accuse them of misconduct. Now, here's another difference because Xanderhal denies that Z was a fan. I will be responding to this point later in this video. Both Xander and Onision, though, have used their power to try and silence their accusers, which is a
Okay, I want to see the evidence for that.
Classic trait of an unhealthy power dynamic. Onision is known for this classic video style.
And then you move on? I hope that you're going to provide evidence, because that's a pretty substantial claim.
of, this girl did something terrible to me. I know you guys love me and want to send her hate, but please don't. It's a classic trick of Onision's to send hate to the women speaking out about him, while also appearing as if he's trying to be nice.
Wait a second. Hold on. Hold on. Are you about to insinuate that someone's saying, hey, don't actually go, like, do not go out and harm or harass this person is actually, like, subtly a way for someone to suggest that fans should go out and harm this person? Is that the argument that you're making? That's fucking backwards ass shit. I'm sorry, but like, I need to see, like, that is, you are losing me here. You provide evidence, please.
The most famous example of this being when he doxed one of his victims on Twitter, where he posted a screenshot of a super nice convo between them, but accidentally left in her phone number. Xanderhal introduced his video with a similar statement as well, but to be fair, he did seem more firm about it, so again, I gave him the benefit of the doubt.
Did Xan dox any of the people involved in this? Again, this seems like a very disingenuous comparison. Like, you keep comparing him to, like, this specific instance with Onision or specific instances, and, like, it's really looking like a reach.
But then, Z posted screenshots of her being sent sexual harassment due to the video, which means that despite Xander's intentions in making his video, he was sending harassment Z's way.
No! Holy, no. All right, no. I am firmly, there is zero evidence for that. All right, like, I want to be very clear. Literally, Xan opens the video. No, she's talking about me having her online name in the screenshots. I mean, literally, like, the argument is that, like, the intention behind including that disclaimer, the intention behind including that disclaimer to not chase her was actually, or to not send harm or hate or whatever her way, was actually to inadvertently send harm or hate her way. That's such backwards logic. I'm gonna read this. That dude was a pedo-Nazi we banned from my community a year ago. Yeah, exactly. Like, you can't expect, like, despite the best efforts of content creators, and people should make those disclaimers because they are important. But yeah, you're gonna have fucking crazy ass people who are going to go out and do that kind of shit. That's gonna happen. This is the fucking internet. That doesn't mean that it's Xan's fault, especially, like, somehow Xan's fault because he included a disclaimer. Not even in spite of including a disclaimer, but because he did so, right? Like, that's just so fucking backwards and disingenuous. Like, are you serious? You're losing me.
With this being an undeniable fact now, I asked him to edit out her name like she had asked, and like he had done with all of the other girls mentioned in the video, since he had previously said it wasn't his intentions to send a girl who he knows is mentally unwell.
This seems fine. Most of the other girls don't want anything to do with this drama. They just want this to be over, so leave blank be and let her cool off. She's had a tough life, and she misinterpreted our friendship, and took it too far. It was my mistake for not being clear with her. You can't know who is watching your video, which is why he should have censored her name like she asked him to. Okay, so all right. So I want to evaluate that argument. So it's not the fact that he included a disclaimer. It's the fact that he did so without censoring her name. The first question I'll ask, well, I'm going to watch this for a second, and then I'm going to formulate a thought.
Hate. He didn't respond, but his girlfriend Lonnie did, and he was liking her tweets, so I assume his opinion is similar. I'll be using some screenshots of the conversation I had with Lonnie and my good friend Cool Dogs as some proof in this video. Just know that Xander was in the likes the entire time, that Lonnie is Xander's girlfriend, and that Lonnie had said that she was talking to Xander during this discussion. Lonnie couldn't give me a straight answer as to why Xander showed Z's name.
Hey Xander, now that you put up in discussion on video, it's not necessary for her to make that. Okay, so essentially, Lonnie made the argument that it was necessary for him to be able to speak out against the accusations against him. I'm gonna listen a little bit more and see where the conversation goes. I could see some conversation to be had there.
The best argument.
She made her accusations public, went on multiple streams to talk about it. then having me censor her name thing is so weird. She also goes about, yeah, so I'm going to talk about this in a second. I'm going to listen to a little bit more because I'm formulating my thought, but I do want to, like, I think that this, so far this is, like, not a particularly great argument, but it's a better argument. Or I shouldn't say that. I'm going to listen to the rest of the evidence and let that, you know, tell me what I should think of it. To me, all the shit wanting to become streamer sounds like she's mad at Xander and wants to outdo him at his thing. It doesn't look like this was her original intention, but at the end of the day, I can't care about her. Maybe she sucks. What Xander admitted was bad. No, it wasn't. Get over it. Plus, you're white. You made a good point, dude. Really. Every relationship has power dynamics. They weren't fans. They tell you that themselves, that they didn't, if they didn't care about being anonymous. Yeah, every relationship does have power dynamics, but as a feminist-minded people, we've decided some people have too much power. I'd say meeting the woman in the fan Discord gives you too much power. I'm not saying that they're fans, just that they knew you through your fame.
She put forth was that Z had been lying, so Xander needed to show her name to prove it was her, so that she couldn't lie about it. The thing is, not only were most of these screenshots on Twitter already uncensored, but he could also just post uncensored screenshots in response if Z actually did go on to lie about it.
Okay, so here's basically where I'm going to come down on this. Because I talked about this a little bit when I was making, I think Zan and I actually talked about this before. Zan, God damn it, stop getting into fucking drama. Gonna be the end of me. The idea that we should respect her wishes because she does not want to be referred, or because she doesn't want her name out there. I'm not sure if she has the room to be able to say this. If she goes on first to make her accusations public, if she goes on to multiple streams to talk about this, and if she plans to, like, launch an entire career based on what had happened, right? Like, if you genuinely don't want people to use your name or reference your name in a circumstance, like when there's large allegations being discussed, I think that you kind of forfeit that right when you go about trying to actually platform yourself based on that same exact drama, right? Like, it's kind of like having your cake and eating it too, right? It's literally just saying, oh, you can't use my name to talk about in discussion, but I'm going to go ahead and go and, like, voice my opinions and go onto all these other social platforms with my name being known to everyone and talk about it at the same time, right? Like, it seems kind of disingenuous. Like, if you actually didn't want your name out there, then, like, you know, don't make it publicly known to everyone on your own, right? So I don't see a lot of so, like, objectively, and the reason why you brought this up, right, was because, well, this is the reason why in the video that Zan put out, that's what caused all of that drama, like all those people to go after her. And you cited, I think it was 2 examples. But sure, let's say those 2 people. Do we know that Xanderhal's video is what caused those people to go after her? And the answer is no, right? Because she made her accusations public and because she had a public platform, those could have been sent from any of those other sources, right? And that's the reason why she hasn't launched her career. She said that she said that she was, right? She literally said that she was. Like, that was, like, her entire bit. I think that Zan literally just linked the linked where she was going to say that, right? But I know that he talked about that in his video and provided proof to that extent, right? The proof that Xander showed that she was malicious felt like she was just being petty after. Well, it seems like there's a lot of evidence to that effect, right? And so far you haven't rebutted that. Now, maybe there's evidence to the contrary that you're going to include later, but right now, I mean, mind you, I'm not necessarily holding this against you in, like, a moral sense. I'm not impugning you based off this argument. But as far as the argument that, like, Zan including her name demonstrably caused her harm by driving other people to her, even though he disclaimed people from doing that, I'm not sure if there's that much argument to that when she literally, like, goes out and in multiple instances publicly talks about what happened to her, right? Like, it seems a lot more like he's just trying, or like she's just trying to benefit from what had happened. That's what the evidence seems to me to be.
I pointed this out, and Lonnie ended up agreeing with me, and saying that her opinion just differed from Xander. Despite this, though, Xander didn't feel like it was necessary to respond to this criticism or take Z's name out of the video. To me, if I genuinely didn't want Z receiving hate, and I had proof that me showing her Twitter handle in the video
I have screenshots of her before the drama happened, of her more or less implying she was only friends with me to get stuff out of me. Yeah, I remember that. Go watch Dan's video. Yeah, I remember that.
Made resulted in her receiving hate, I would take her name out. And I think the fact that Xander still hasn't is indicative of the fact that he's not really just trying to share his side of the story, but also to send people to shut down Z's.
Based on, I'm going to defer this to my earlier discussion on this. I don't think that's the case, and I disagree with that. Mind you, again, that's, I think, the best faith argument I've heard, but I don't agree with the merits of it. Oh, fuck. All right.
Xanderhal has a
Pivot.
history of being problematic, but he has an even more recent history with objectifying women. In one of his videos, he talks about how he would always call girls thick. Someone told him this was objectifying, and he stopped.
6 months ago, it would have been around September of last year. I used to make a lot of comments about women, generally cis women. I'd be like, oh yeah, she's thick. Like whenever I would do, whenever I would like see like an attractive woman on screen, right? And this was generally done in like a really joking way. But a fairly well-known person in my community, Salty Ace, made a video about it, saying Xanderhal, or at the time it was Pig Puncher, but Xanderhal, I think this is pretty misogynistic and disgusting. It's objectifying, and I think you need to stop. And I watched their video, and they made some pretty damn good points. And I came out of that like, I do feel a little emotionally hurt that I'm being called out by a fan. You know, it hurts my ego, it hurts my pride. But they made some good fucking points. They made some damn good points that I can't argue against. And you know what I did? I changed up my attitude, and I changed up my rhetoric, and I stopped engaging as much, I suppose you could say, objectification from then on out.
Let me re-listen to that at normal speed.
Engaging as much, I suppose you could say, objectification from then on out.
Okay, so the insinuation is that, like, he decreased what he did, but he didn't stop.
And I think that's important. Sort of.
He seems to pat himself on the back a lot for this moment, but honestly, if he's really willing to change, it can be deserved. So, the first thing I did...
Well, I mean, it seems like he did, right? The claim here is that he didn't completely change or change to where he stopped using this entirely, right? Like, that seems to be the claim, but, like, the claim that he did change, I mean, like, apparently that is demonstrable, right? At least if you're not going to dispute it. But yeah, like, there's really nothing that you've cited so far that shows that he hasn't changed, but, you know, there is, I think, a valid claim that you're saying that, like, he hasn't changed to an adequate degree, right? I'll look at those in a second. Pen. I don't want to rehash too much of, like, I've seen most of the things that Xanderhal is citing, and I rewatched his video right before this, so I'm pretty aware of the circumstances and the evidence, at least on his side.
When I had a problem with him was try to discuss it in a Twitter thread of the drama. Like I said, Lonnie debated me over it for a while, but Xander stayed in the likes pretty much, even though I called him on it.
June 1st? Oh, this was like... Oh, wait, it's July now. Damn, time flies. Okay, so this was like relatively recently.
Fair enough. To give him the benefit of the doubt, he has previously said just to DM him. So I did. On Twitter and Discord.
Wow, that's a lot. That's a lot. It's a big DM.
I put a lot of thought into it and was very nice, but sadly did not get a response. So I feel like
I mean, like, the vast majority of the arguments that you made so far, I think, have vastly misrepresented the circumstances. I think that the one argument you made that has some merit to it, I disagree with on the merits of it. So unless you provide something else, I'm not entirely surprised.
My only option to have my concerns heard at this point is to make a video about it. Now, like the allegations, this point is relatively small on its own. But as we start to add these instances up, we get a clearer picture of Xander's, at the very least, subconscious misogynistic beliefs about women.
I mean, are you referring to something that you're going to be saying in a bit? I mean, you got 100 DMs, lol. Yeah, I will say that, like, if you say that you check your DMs and, like, you've assumed that burden of checking them, but, like, yeah, I'm not going to speak to that. It's your DM. I'm not in control of it. But so far, you've only really talked about this one instance with him, right? Like, the video, that's your main evidence so far, and the fact that he didn't censor the video. So yeah, I'm going to need to see more, because you're talking about, like, multiple instances, and so far we're talking about one instance. So, all right, let's see the evidence.
and also his unwillingness to change his beliefs despite marketing himself as if that were true. Here's
And I mean, like, I'm inclined to believe that he does change his mind because, like, literally the first time that we interacted was when we had a discussion about, like, ableist rhetoric. Like, Zan can verify that, like, the first time I went onto his channel was to talk about, like, him using certain language to imply that essence of thought, whether he intended to or not at the time, imply that that essence of thought had, like, some mental disease or defect by virtue of the fact that he did certain things, right? And I went on to talk to him about, like, the problems with that, and I know that afterwards he stopped using that rhetoric completely. So, like, I know that there's evidence that he can change if he has a mistake, right? And that if you talk to him, that, like, there is reason to believe that he would change his mind. So I'm predisposed to that consideration because I have firsthand knowledge that, like, that can be the case. So, but, you know, I'm willing to see the evidence.
a recent example of him objectifying women. To clarify,
I don't like Tulsi's politics, but she was the Coomer candidate. Okay, I shouldn't laugh.
I watched this video and it is not a thirst trap. It is her doing a military workout in a long sleeve shirt and yoga pants. Clearly not sexual.
Nothing sexual.
Do I really need to explain why
Okay. Let's have a conversation, because this is something definitely to talk about. Is well, first off, is what he did objectification? To some extent, yeah. Was it necessarily malintended? I don't think so, right? It doesn't seem like it was, like, intended negatively. But should he still not have done it? The thirsting over Tulsi meme comes from Shoe on Head. Well, I don't know. This is something to talk about in the community, right? I mean, yeah, objectifying women is bad. But then I would feel terrible for browsing something like I don't know, I go on like r/actual lesbians, and, like, people make comments all the time about attractive women and, like, attractive lesbians. So I'm not sure if I want to, like, morally impugn him on that, right? There is probably a larger conversation about, like, the, like, mind you, like, I'm not saying that there's no point to this, because I agree that, like, we do have to be very careful with, you know, the degree with which we publicly objectify and normalize objectification of women, right? Like, I do agree with that. That's a conversation that still needs to happen. But I think that the more important underlying consideration is whether or not, A, this is morally impugn-worthy, and B, whether or not this rises to the level of Zan being the Onision of the left. Vosh recently put out a video about, like, all the shit with Onision, and, like, there's a fucking lot, right? Like, and I can say with pretty good certainty that liking a thirst tweet does not nearly rise to the level of, like, to the level of objectification of women that Onision did, right? Like, that's very incomparable, to say the least. Now, should we have a conversation about, like, whether or not people are objectifying in this sort of way? Oh, hey, thank you. Holy shit. Appreciate the pledge. That's fucking awesome. Really appreciate it. But yeah, like, should we have a conversation about, like, whether or not people should objectify in this sort of way? Yeah, we probably should, but with the amount of people doing it and with the normalization of it in certain, like, parts of the, especially, like, the LGBT community, like, at least stuff which is, like, pretty innocent like this, I don't think that we can really morally impugn him for it, right? I thirsted for Natalie in her Pokemon streams. Yeah, exactly. Like, anytime... anytime that you, I should have shaken my head, but anyway, God, what was I saying? Like, this would mean, if we take this argument to its logical extent, that, like, anyone who ever expresses some, like, public thirst for another person or public attraction to another person is, like, on the same level as Onision. And I think that we can at least conclude at that point, conclude at that point that, like, that's unreasonable. But we should have a larger discussion within the, like, especially the progressive leftist community about like what kinds of behavior is and is not acceptable. I think that's fine. I think that's warranted. But to impugn him for this, and if like the rest of the evidence is just going to be similar to this, then I just maintain my same argument, right? I don't think that rises to the level of saying he's the Onision of the left.
Sexualizing women doing their job, especially in an already sexist field, is wrong? Oh, apparently I do, because Xander sees this as just being a coomer. As a coomer myself, I'm offended by the implication. A basic definition of a...
Okay, wait a second, hold on. This is new. She's saying that she's a coomer. All right, so then where's the distinction between what you and between what you and him do? If you think about it, you're like my lawyer trying to keep me out. Oh my fucking god. Nope, you are not my client. We have no lawyer-client relationship between us.
Treating a person solely as an object of sexual desire. So basically exactly what he did in this post, saying that he thinks her politics, which is her job, are bad. But damn, is she hot in those leggings. Now this segment is a multi...
Wait, so is that it? You're moving on to a new segment. So I assume, is that it? You only cited like 2 examples of him being like an abusive misogynist. Is that it? I was expecting more. I mean, okay, I can say after that segment, you provided nowhere near the evidence like necessary to come even close to say that like he's still or ever was a misogynist.
Harder.
Holy fuck. Holy damn. Lightness, thank you so much. Holy fuck, I really appreciate it.
Because, as I've tried to make clear, it's not only the original instance that is an issue, but also how Xanderhal responded. His treatment of this allegation has brought up a lot of these smaller things that have been present for a while, but altogether really demonstrate the problems with how he is using his power and how he treats women. Xanderhal used some problematic screenshots and defenses against...
I mean, I want to see evidence. I mean, yeah, you got some game footage here, but like if you don't support something with evidence, I'm not going to believe it.
Z, in my opinion. For instance, he posted this in his response video. Personally, I feel like that was meant to portray Z as unreasonable, since getting so upset over Star Wars fanfic does seem a little crazy.
Yeah, I remember this. Yeah. I mean, like, that does seem like sort of the interpretation to take from there, right? It does seem like you or like what Zan was trying to do was to frame her as being unreasonable, right? I think that's fair.
In my opinion, this screenshot shows that this mental breakdown was about more than just Raylo, which is why it makes sense that she would try to explain the pain using a reference of past trauma.
Wait. What evidence is there for that? You're just completely extrapolating. You're just saying, yeah, well, you have a very clear example of her breaking down over something, but then it's like, your argument is that actually she was referring something completely different? Why? What evidence is there for that beyond just your pure speculation? There's nothing to substantiate that. And if you provide something, then I will eat those words. If you provide something, I will fucking eat those words. But right now, that is just completely unsubstantiated. And also, side note, in the court of law, that would never come in because it would be inadmissible under like rules of under the rules of evidence, specifically for being completely speculative.
Regardless of what this says about Z, Xander left in the part about Z's history with sexual assault in the screenshot that is meant to discredit her character. He even went so far as to say that Z referencing her own past trauma was trivializing sexual assault, which felt like a very low blow.
Notice how she said she would rather be made fun of for being raped when she was younger than for being a Raylo stan and liking The Last Jedi? This trivializing of ableism and sexual assault also really upset the other women in our friend group, and we'll get to that later.
If you're giving Xanderhal the benefit of the doubt right now, then good. We think alike. I gave him the benefit of the doubt too, the first time.
I don't see the relevance of that. It seems like it's contextual evidence. Yeah, I don't necessarily hold that against him.
And he did this. About 3 to 4 months ago now, Xanderhal made a response video to some other drama circulating BreadTube that included a pretty graphic description of someone's childhood sexual assault. DJ did not want their CSA story out there, so for the sake of anonymity, we will be calling them DJ. Now.
Oh, okay. Wait, they didn't want their name out there? I'm sorry, hold on. If this is who I think it is, I'm pretty sure it's like a large YouTuber, right? I won't... Even though I've already like... Based on my evidence, based on my argument earlier, I don't really think, like, if this is who I think it is, but if this is someone who I don't think it is, and who I'm pretty sure I know who this is, right? Because I referenced, well, I won't say anything. But if this is someone who does not want to be acknowledged, and they haven't, like, gone out and, like, otherwise made their public platform known, then I will not try to guess who it is.
To be honest, neither side comes out looking great in the story, and I don't want to muddy the waters of this video about Xanderhal with my take on a different drama. The reason I'm talking about it here is because Xanderhal inserted himself into this drama and made a video about it, essentially shitting on DJ the whole time, as well as speaking about DJ's story of sexual assault, which DJ had made very clear that he didn't want talked about anymore.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I know who this is.
Xander knew this, but responded.
Mind you, they posted the tweet talking about their child sexual assault on their public Twitter. It wasn't like private information or anything like that.
Now this seems like a pretty shitty excuse to me. First of all, DJ had less than 200 followers at the time and did not at the person they were talking about. Someone sent that person a
Oh, I actually don't know. All right, never mind. Full with.
screenshot. So as they have said, they did not expect thousands of people to see it, and I think that's reasonable. Additionally, as someone who has shared one of their stories of abuse on Twitter...
Wait, hold on. Hold on. Are you saying that just because someone has a lower Twitter following doesn't equate to like making their information publicly known? If you post something on Twitter, it becomes public information. That's how that works. It's a social media platform. If you post something, it is public knowledge. It doesn't really matter if like a larger creator starts talking about it. By the way, everyone, be careful what you post on social media. Just saying. This is what, I mean, like, literally, I just got a giant talk from the people who I work for that always warn us, especially people in the legal profession, about what we post online, because, like, no matter how small we are, no matter, like, how small a social platform we have, can always come back to bite us, because you put it in the public domain, right? That's how that works.
Twitter before, I feel like it's not fair to say, well, they shared it publicly, so I can use it however I want. When I shared my story, I did it because I felt like the Twitter sphere I had created for myself was a safe enough environment to where I wouldn't face mockery.
It's public, and it's public knowledge. It's public knowledge. That's all I'm gonna say on this. It's public knowledge.
Also, since now...
Yeah, and you can make your Twitter you can make it private so that only people who, I believe it's like only people who follow you and who you follow back. I don't know the specifics, but like you can make it privated, right? So like the idea that like not only did they post this to their Twitter, but they also made it public, like to say that it's then an abuse of their personal information that Xan referenced this post or this information from a public platform. I'm not sure if I agree with that. Now, does that mean that Xan is like completely blameworthy based on like the context that he's referencing it? I don't know. I don't know the full context because I thought I was aware of what these circumstances were, and it seems like I don't.
Xanderhal's gonna tell everybody I was flashed as a kid. Just like with Z, in Xander's response to DJ, he used DJ's story of abuse as a way to discredit him.
You should all be able to correct me if I'm wrong here, but there usually is a higher likelihood of you becoming an abuser if you've been abused. Now, obviously, that doesn't mean everyone who's been abused will become
Okay, hold on. Now I think I do know who this is about.
one, but it's usually a psych. Usually, when you're younger, if you...
No. This is not, mind you, this is not Xanderhal. Like, Xan, I know that we have, like, a good relationship, but I'm coming in this just evaluating the evidence. That's it. All right? That's all I'm trying to do here, right? Because I don't want people, like, coming back later and being like, oh, well, Riley actually isn't as, like, objective an evaluator as I thought going in. But it's like, that's the way I'm approaching this. I just want to evaluate the evidence on its merits. That's all. It's public knowledge, but we shouldn't condone people using it when they don't want. Like DJ took down his original post and begged people to stop. That's interesting. Well, let me think about that for a second. If you post something on Twitter and then you take it down, and then other people use it after you've taken it down. 69. Thank you. I really appreciate it. When you donate something or when you put something on a social platform and then you take it down after and you ask people to stop, here's the way. I really don't care about what the person personally did. I don't care that much. I'm not focusing on like what they did. Here's the way that I'll say it. Here's the way that I'll say it, right? There's a difference between like whether or not someone is a shitty person in a particular circumstance and whether or not they can be particularly blameworthy based on what they do. The person that we're talking about, whoever this person is, I may or may, like, I can't tell if I know who this is at this point. If you specifically, like if you use information that they post on a public platform, I think that's fine. Now, if they take it down and ask people to not use it after, I think that they could, to be nice, but I don't think that there's like a requirement to do so. It might mean that you're kind of a shitty person for not taking it down, but like it's public knowledge. That's really the end of the evaluation for whether or not someone can or cannot use information, right? Again, this is based on what limited knowledge I know in the particular circumstance, but like if it was in fact that Xan used public knowledge and then took it down, and then the person who posted that information took it down after and asked Zan to not use it, I don't necessarily hold it against Zan for using it, but it's kind of shitty. It is kind of shitty then.
You get abused by a parent or something, you grow up believing that it's acceptable and being taught that's how you should communicate, and it's very common that people who are abusers were abused when they were younger. And this is clearly what happened with...
Also, just like Z, he totally definitely wasn't sending...
This person was so disgustingly transphobic to Patricia. The fact that they called you transphobic is unbelievable. Wait. Okay, again, I don't know who this is. Xander was working from SS. After DJ taking... Define SS. Screenshots. Yeah, again, that goes to what I just said.
Hate DJ's way.
However, they've now grown up and are probably one of the most rabid attackers of BreadTube in the world. So let's check out their Twitter. Why don't we? Who's excited to check out their Twitter? Oh boy, let's go. So...
Why is this mask off? Yeah, they're going to go check out someone's public platform. It's public information.
Here's their Twitter. Don't harass them or anything. You should probably avoid them as much as possible. Preemptively block them, I don't know.
Feel like context matters and deciding whether or not the thing that Zan did was shitty. Yeah, no, and I definitely am considering that, right? That's why I'm trying to be like as specific in my evaluations as possible, right? Like we are missing a lot of context in determining whether or not what Zan did was shitty, right? This is just like the caveat I'm placing here is that this is all based purely on the information I'm being provided.
Do what you think is necessary, but I wouldn't recommend harassing them.
The final thing I want to point out about this is that Xanderhal said he made this video because DJ did some not great stuff specifically to his BreadTube friends. Keep this in mind when we get into the discussion about power dynamics. One of the most disturbing trends I noticed in Xanderhal's Twitter after I really started paying...
Okay, and there's no evidence of that. It's okay. Like, I don't see the relevance of that.
Attention is that he likes jailbait memes wherein the adult is portrayed as the victim. I don't know if this is because he feels a relation to what happened with Z, who, taking into account her autism, was mentally underage, or because in general he has misogynistic attitudes towards women. But either way, I feel like we can all agree jailbait memes aren't cool, right? Like, usually I think it's not always reliable to look at people's tweets and pick them apart, but there are 3 examples here from the past month that I feel like are really problematic.
Well, I want to see the evidence. Yeah. I have thoughts on this, but yeah, I want to... Let's see what you got.
Xander liked one where someone is calling this girl hot, then is like, oops, she's 12, but the girl in the picture is clearly 12. This normalizes excusing this kind of behavior, and worse. The second he liked is a thread showing the Twitter handle of someone the poster claims is 16, and also claims has a premium Snapchat and OnlyFans. The tweet also includes pictures of men talking about how underage girls can manipulate adult men. Xanderhal liked this. In my opinion, this shows very little empathy. For him to blame this girl for catfishing men and risking getting them in trouble, instead of maybe considering why a 16-year-old child might have to venture into sex work in the first place, is gross. If you...
Autism makes you mentally... So, here's the take from this. I think that there is a little bit of a distinction between this and what was said earlier about, like, whether or not people should, like, whether or not we should have a conversation about objectifying people, right? Like, there's a difference. Yeah, liking jailbait memes is pretty cringe. Yeah, I don't know. I can't speak for you, but it is kind of cringe. I don't think that, like, any of it is, like, morally blameworthy. Like, especially, like, it's not comparable to, like, things that Onision has done, like, to any degree, right? Like, it's not... Wow, autism makes you underage. Wait, what? Where's the ableism? Ableism makes you autistic. Wait, hold on, where is this? Why didn't she show the second accusation? Hold on. People are talking about this. Is it cringe or weird, champ? Were all jokes about how dudes were creeping, and the OnlyFans one was, holy shit, get this underpatient off OnlyFans. Okay, well, if that's the context, then that seems a lot more appropriate, right? Like, that seems reasonable, right? If, like, yeah, if anyone is, like, liking a joke about, like, jailbait, yeah, that is cringe, right? That's bad. Or weird champ or whatever, right? Like, it's not good. If it is, like, what you're saying, that it's more about, like, holy shit, get these girls off of OnlyFans, or holy shit, this is terrible, I think that's pretty different, right? And I think that's pretty, I don't know. I don't see as much of a problem with that. Mentally underage. Hold on, did I mishear something? She didn't even show the other tweet. I appreciate that we can have, like, giant weird champs in this. The Discord on here is working out great. But yeah, I don't know, I must have missed something. Finish the segment. She never had an OnlyFans. It was just okay.
If you bother to read the comments on this tweet, you will also find out that she actually doesn't have any premium accounts, and the OP had actually been mistaken. The third and final example is...
Well, that, I mean, like, can you hold that against Xan then, right? Like, if Xan genuinely knew that, like, actually she didn't have an OnlyFans, I think that's different, right? And that is blameworthy, but given the context I'm presented with so far, it seems like he reasonably wouldn't have been expected to have known that. If the OP actually made it out to be like, hey, get this person off of OnlyFans, right? She also said, is mentally underage from her aunt. Who the fuck said that? Hold on. It's in the video's description. This is how Z described herself. I was using her terminology for her. It was in the video, Riley. They said her autism made her mentally underage. That's bad. That's terribly bad. Are you fucking serious? It was like a minute ago. Oh, I must have just went over it. Yeah, to imply that someone is like mentally underage by virtue of the fact that they have autism is pretty fucking bad, right? Like, that's not good. Also, just like the first one wasn't making fun of how creepy he was, but how relatable it is. I didn't get that impression. But let's keep going.
It's him quote tweeting a girl making a jailbait joke. So it's not as utterly horrific as the first two, but it still goes to show that he's promoting this atrocious idea to his entire community, and seems to find it quite funny. The last point I will make about Xander...
Yeah, I don't think that there's really any evidence. I mean, like, yeah, I'll say this right now. Liking jailbait memes is pretty cringe and pretty bad, and you shouldn't do it. It sounds like that's not why he liked them. And also, I don't know. I have to leave that to Xan. I can't say much more. I don't know why he liked them or didn't like them.
Xanderhal's response to this Z drama is that he has not changed. He has not learned from this that maybe you shouldn't have sexual relationships with your fans, even though he still insists he doesn't.
Wait, hold on.
The last point I will make about Xanderhal's response to this Z drama is that he has not changed. He has not learned from this that maybe you shouldn't have sexual relationships with your fans, even though he still insists he doesn't.
What? Hold on. All right. Are you insinuating that he continues to do shit like this? That's a really big claim. That's a really big claim. Because as far as I'm aware, he hasn't. And as far as I'm aware, I mean, yeah, you're making the accusation that he hasn't changed and he keeps doing this. So let's see this.
A little more than a week after Xanderhal posted his video in response to the Z drama, a cute girl responded to a different tweet of his with a thirst trap. What does he do? Reply with a simp pic, follow her account, and start liking and commenting under her tweets. How do I know he hadn't been following her before the sexy pic? Well...
Okay. Does this rise to the level of having a sexual relationship with someone? Oh no. Every time I follow someone on Twitter and I start liking their content, that's the same as a sexual relationship. Oh no.
She posted this on June 9th, and her account was created in June. I'm very curious as to how Xander knows this person he is interacting with and signal boosting on the basis of her appearance is not a fan. Oh.
I followed her for a long time. She got banned and that was her new account. She's also very well known. Okay, well then there's that. I disagree with the idea that, like, liking and following someone rises to the same level as a sexual relationship.
And one other thing. This is also a girl with autism.
You can't blame me for not being able to tell that someone has a mental condition when they're actively trying kind of for me.
Some symptoms of autism are behavioral disturbances,
Hold on, is this it? Is this the bit where she talks about autism? Like, you better do not set. I'm just gonna listen.
Appropriate social interaction and lack of understanding social cues. These are the same behaviors that Xanderhal used to discredit Z when she had her mental breakdown. I'm not trying to say that no one should date autistic.
I mean, it's not that he used them to try and discredit her. I don't think that was the reason that he made that relevant, right? Yeah, like, why are you making this relevant is the real question, because I'm not sure if this is relevant. Like, he hasn't made this relevant at any point so far.
People, because as Xander said in his response video, that would be ableist. But it's also ableist for Xanderhal to engage in sexual relationships with autistic people when he's shown that clearly he can't handle or even empathize with them when they're...
Hold on. No, absolutely not. This does not nearly rise to the level of what would be defined as a sexual relationship. Abso-fucking-lutely not. No. I'm sorry, you are really, this is my last straw. No, Like, I will die on this hill. Liking and following someone on Twitter does not rise to the level of a sexual relationship. Abso-fucking-lutely not.
Symptoms come up. This is not the only girl though since the Z drama. Here's another account that was clearly a fan and has a follower count of 40. Well, 39 if you don't count Xanderhal.
Now, if she was a fan, then that would be more problematic, but that's just not the case.
Look, I get that you want to follow hot women and that people may have a type and you can't really ask anyone to change that. But when you start signal boosting such little creators on your RedTube Twitter account just because they are conventionally attractive, you are also, possibly unintentionally, doing these two things as well.
What? How is he signal boosting? I mean, is it just by virtue of liking their tweets? You're insinuating that he has a sexual relationship with women that he follows. Well, hey, I'm sorry that if you have a fucking, like, sex-positive Twitter, because, fuck, that means that no one should follow you because that is the equivalent of having, like, a fucking sexual relationship with them. Yeah, and I already knew that. Like, Xan does follow a lot of, like, sex workers, right? I don't see a problem with that, and you gotta be really careful, because if you're making this argument, then you're also making the argument that it's bad to follow a sex worker because it implies a sexual relationship with them. And I really think that that's kind of stigmatizing against sex workers, and we shouldn't do that. I censored the sexual stuff. He only interacts on the sexy posts. I take it liking, following someone's not twin it. Then, but no, that's what you said. You said that he shouldn't have sexual relationships with people who have autism, and that was the evidence that you cited. So you're saying that he does have a sexual relationship with them. That's what the argument is. That's literally the argument. So don't tell me that's not what your argument is. If you make an argument, then you better actually provide evidence to it.
1. You are enabling the objectification and sexualization of women. Like most people who watch YouTube, sometimes I find myself daydreaming about making a video. And hey, look at that, I did.
I mean, yeah. Hold on, so you're saying... Alright, hold on. Because I went through this video earlier today. Hold on. You're normalizing the objectification of women. I think that the evidence of that is... Well... Normalizing the objectification of women. On one hand, again, this goes back to the conversation that we had earlier. Oh, and he says he responded to non-sexual stuff too. Okay. Earlier, we had a conversation about, like, the need to have a conversation about, like, how we objectify people, and any people, right? In sort of this leftist space. I still stand by that. I reference back to that earlier discussion in response to this, right? Secondly, the other major bit is that when you're following a sex worker, right? I don't want to, like, if the purpose is to have a platform where you are promoting, like, sex positivity, and from what I know, you are a sex positive person as well, this is kind of like impugning the people who follow you based on that platform, right? For normalizing objectivity. And I'm not sure if that's something that's morally blameworthy. Now, mind you, I think that I totally agree that there is a conversation to have about, like, objectifying people and, like, the ethical ways of doing that, or if we should do it at all. I totally agree. But, like, when you are already having, like, a sex positive platform, like, the point is to, like, sort of promote bodies, right? At least in a sense. Yeah, and the idea about her basically, about being autistic is basically being mentally underage is wrong. Wrong as shit. Yeah. No, I completely agree. But no, I'm not sure if that's morally impugn worthy.
As a woman, though, it is very discouraging to feel like the best way to become successful on this platform is to be hot and to show it.
I agree with that. I 100% agree with that. Yep. 100% agree with that. There definitely, now, mind you, there was 100% of bias against people, against, like, especially women who are not attractive. Totally agree. And yeah, we do need to have a conversation about that, right? I'm not sure if that's something that you can hold against them, though. Because there is, like, that's currently where the culture is. I'm not sure if that's, like, something that you can impugn him for. But I totally 100% agree that, like, yeah, it is very hard to become successful on this platform as a woman unless you're attractive. Yeah, that's actually a very good take. I can appreciate that.
The reason there are such ridiculous beauty standards is because the media pushes them on us. Whether you realize it or not, Xanderhal, you are the media now. And by posting and praising almost entirely skinny white girls on your account, you are reinforcing these unrealistic, unhealthy standards.
That's a nuanced argument. I can appreciate that. I think that there is something to be said, at least partially, about that. It's hard when you're a public creator and you have a Twitter that's both your personal and public Twitter, right? Because then there's this expectation, like, here's the thing. Yeah, how's it feel? Yeah, Zan, you're the media now. Congratulations. You are big media. You've ascended. Congratulations. Is it reasonable then? Because like the implication is that like he can't follow or like any of these people's content. And like, is that a reasonable expectation to have? And I might say that like, no, that's not exactly. Because like, if we do want to normalize sex positivity and he primarily follows like sex workers, then I don't think that it's unreasonable for him to follow and promote their content, right? Yeah, there's probably an unintended side effect of like promoting a particular kind of beauty standard. But like when you have someone who has a public platform that's both private and public, like a Twitter that's both his personal and his public Twitter, right? I'm not sure if it's reasonable to basically like say that he can't follow any single like of these kinds of people, right? Like I'm not sure if that's a reasonable expectation. And also like, I don't know, people are human and they like who they like. I don't know. I follow people who are attractive on Twitter. Mind you, a lot of them are content creators because I primarily follow other content creators. But I'm not sure if that's, now mind you, again, like this isn't like completely disagreeing with the merits because I do agree that like it is reasonable. Like I think that this is a at least halfway reasonable criticism of like having someone with a public platform who does things that a normal private person could do. But because they are public and have a larger platform than the average person, have unintended side effects. I do think that is a reasonable discussion to have. I'm not sure if that's something that you can impugn him for. But like if he's trying to support sex workers, he should shout out one of the fat ones too. I mean, like he can. Yeah, I can agree with that. I don't know, Zan. Yeah, you should like totally promote like other people with like varieties of bodies. I can agree with that. Promote all forms. Hey, listen, promote all forms of sex work, right? Sex work is great for anybody, right? I stand all forms of sex work. I will die on that hill.
This is also shitty because not only does this reinforce the idea that women in media should be pretty, but it also
Goddamn, I'm so sweaty right now. I'm sorry if it's noticeable.
serves to put them down when they do become successful. Like the, oh, you only got so...
My closest sex work friend who I retweet all the time is Thick AF. Well, there you go. I mean, like, yeah, it's a pretty good, or at least that's one example. Yeah, so, no, that's good. Base as fuck.
Big because you're hot. 2. You are taking advantage of your power dynamic over women you interact with sexually online as Xanderhal.
What? Okay, now that's... Alright, you really gotta sell me on that. Also, I'm almost out of tea. Damn. And this video is like halfway over.
In the next segment, I'll talk about power dynamics and how Xander takes advantage of those, in my opinion. However, one other issue here with power dynamics is the fact that Xanderhal has political influence. You can't reach Xanderhal normally for constructive criticism, but you can reach him for constructive criticism if you send nudes.
Another who we'll call M really liked posting the SFW section and would often hang out in voice chat. This is where we met. Now, despite us being friends, she was very critical of my political opinions and the way my community was managed. We're both leftists, don't get me wrong, but we did have a few political disagreements and we certainly debated a few times.
So it's conceivable how it might feel like the best way to create change in that political space is just to cave into the sexual desires of the more influential political person in order to try to change their mind about something for the greater good.
Wait. Hold on. Yeah, first off, I know that Zan can be reached because, like, literally the majority of his content is debating people in the chats of his videos. So, no to that. And also, like, so what you're saying is that it's Xanderhal's fault that some people may try to reach him by taking advantage of his sexual interest in, like, certain things that they do. Like, I'm really confused on, like, trying to construct what your argument is. Because you're not saying that he does something in particular to try and take advantage of his power dynamic. Check Discord chat, contour. Yeah, I know, I've been reading. Like, I'm really confused on, like, what the argument is here. Because, like, it sounds like you're trying to insinuate that he is responsible for the actions of other people who may try to reach him by, like, unsavory means. Yeah. And that's extremely speculative, right? He's enabling it. How is he enabling it? Like, how is he enabling it is the question, right? Like, is he, like, consciously doing something to enable this behavior, right? Because so far what you're, like, the evidence or, like, the argument that you've made is that, like, he takes advantage of this power dynamic by virtue of what other people do, which just to say sounds kind of ridiculous, right? Again, I'm really trying to like understand your argument. I don't know. I'm watching for you responding, because it seems like now I'm glad I have both of you in the Discord, because like I can just like get your input in real time. But like this is a stretch. This is a giant stretch.
Do you think that's too much of a stretch? It's not.
Oh, okay, evidence. Hold on. Hey, I know you're going through a rough time, especially with removing busters from the community, but I think it's a bad idea with the R word, especially since there are people who are neurodivergent in your audience. Like, there are better words. Okay, so this is like a criticism. Like, kind of scared to hell, but I hope you listen to them, and if you didn't listen... Oh... That's evidence. Now... Let's go on. I want to see more. No, actually... Damn, the power of the booby pics. Okay.
One of the biggest issues in this...
Okay, so that's the end of the evidence there. That's a joke combo between me and... Okay, yeah. So from what I understand, yeah. No, so here's the thing. I do think that is more reasonable evidence than just nothing, right? Like, that's more reasonable evidence, and I think that is otherwise than just, like, speculating, right? That's a joke combo between me. Yeah, I mean, like, I can't say anything too much, like I chuckled, right? It does seem like it's a joke conversation. Does that mean that he's enabling, like, this power dynamic between him and this person? Well... It depends on the degree to which the other person, like, took that seriously, and to the degree to which Xanderhal took it seriously. I cannot say. I can't speculate. I'm just going off of the evidence I'm presented with, and the evidence I'm presented with, it seems to suggest in the totality of it that it was in jest, right? Now, if that in that example they were taking it seriously, then yeah, that would be enabling. Then yeah, that would be should be obvious with the Pepe hands and stuff. Yeah, exactly. It seems more likely than not that it was in jest, and that's what I'll say on it.
This drama is that of power dynamics. Even after my message to him, Xander was still liking stuff like this, which had shown me that he hadn't learned and didn't care. Xander really went hard.
What was that?
Issues in this drama is that of power dynamics. Even after my message to him, Xander was still liking stuff like this, which had shown me that he hadn't
having sex with someone who's a social...
learned and didn't care. Xander really went hard on shutting the power dynamic idea down in his response video, because it is pretty damning. He insisted...
Well, he responded to it appropriately, right? Yeah. I don't know. That's the one limitation of having a, that's the one limitation of using this in Discord. I mean, like, if you're trying to make, yeah, like, there is a power dynamic argument. This is where Xan and I, the first thing Z does doesn't sound unjust to me. She says she was scared to tell him. I mean, like, I don't know, when she says that she won't share any more booby, B-O-O-B-I pics anymore, it depends on, I don't know. I can't speculate, right? I think, here's what I will say. While I cannot speculate, I will say that I think, based on the context, that a reasonable person could interpret that to be in jest. That's what I'll say with that, right? I'll just let you as the audience decide for yourselves, but I can't really say anything more because, like, I'm not them, and I can't say what they meant when they were saying that. So I leave it to them to decide, and I leave it to you as the audience to decide for yourselves.
Z wasn't a fan, though she said she was, and then insisted she was lying about it. But
again, I defer to the evidence in Xanderhal's. Like, whether or not Z was indeed a fan or not of Xan. Xan has obviously contested a lot whether or not this person was in fact a fan, and he's provided a lot of evidence to that. And you are effectively making the argument that, well, the power dynamic should have made it reasonably objectively known. And yeah, I think that there is an argument that people who are in positions of power, or at least comparative power compared to the people who they interact with, should be more conscientious of, like, varying power dynamics between people. I do think that if everyone in the circumstance was aware that everything was in jest and that these were people, if she hid it from me very well by never watching any streams or videos until well into our friendship. Yeah, and I know that Xan cited that in his video, and that is pretty good evidence, right? that there's no like necessary power dynamic relationship between the two of them, right? Like if I go and I talk to someone random on the street who isn't aware of my content, mind you, it's not like I have a large platform, but if I interact with a random person, there's no power dynamic between us inherently because I'm a content creator, right? Like just by virtue of the fact that I'm a content creator doesn't make it that we have a power dynamic between us until such a point where it manifests in some meaningful way. Now, did it manifest? I can't answer that. But I will say that like just by virtue of the fact that he is a content creator doesn't automatically mean that there was a power dynamic relationship between the two of them.
But as we've seen from the previous section, even after this drama, he is still sexually engaging with women with tiny platforms who are almost definitely fans.
Okay, what?
But let's talk about the
big if true
word fan. Xander pulled a sneaky trick in his response video by claiming all of the women in his harem weren't fans. He is misrepresenting the issue here in a pretty insidious way.
Over the period of time, I ended up befriending a few women who would post nude in the SW section on the server and hang out in the VC. I should clarify, none of them were fans of me, but we'll get into that later. Now, some of them are fine being named in this video, while others aren't. So for those who are not okay with being named, I'm just gonna call them a random letter. There were 4 women who I befriended and who ended up getting involved with this drama, and 2 that I already knew very well. The first one of them was Aisha. She was a big fan of Destiny, and someone crossed my talk with them and decided to join my Discord server since she likes being political discourse. She was inactive for a long time and didn't watch my videos. When the SW section was made, she got verified 18 plus and started posting there. Shortly after, we started talking in VC and we became friends. Another girl who was called B had cabin fever for being stuck inside coronavirus, so when she stumbled on my corporate pipeline video, she joined the server to talk to other people about pipelines and she found it really interesting. She didn't really watch my content, but she did enjoy socializing. Eventually, we ran into each other in voice chat and started talking. Shortly after, we became friends. Another who we'll call M really liked posting in the SW section and would often hang out in voice chat. This is where we met. Now, despite us being friends, she was very critical of my political opinions and the way my community was managed. We're both leftists, don't get me wrong, but we did have a few political disagreements and we certainly debated a few times. She definitely wasn't a fan of me, but she was a fun person to talk to and we became friends very quickly despite our disagreements. Next, there's A. She's a trans woman. I promise it becomes relevant later. We've been friends for a very, very long time. Long before getting into political content. She's about as far from fan my content as you could.
God, I'm sweating so much right now. I'm sorry if it's apparent. For evidence of that, me liking tweaks from South workers follow me. If he met her on the streets, this wouldn't be an issue. Yeah, that's fair. I'll say more on this in a second.
Most critical friends. She always takes the opportunity to take jabs at me, but that's just her friendship dynamic. There was also my girlfriend about 8 months as I'm making this video. I don't need to go into too much detail about that. I guess you could say she's a fan in the sense that she's been dating me for 8 months and she's supportive, but that would be a stretch.
I was worried of his internet presence. Okay, what you could call loosely a fan of his, right? Yeah, let's move on. Because, well, they said, I think that the best thing to underline from that tweet would have been, but it would make sense in some cases, because that is the better point of that tweet to argue. Cancel. I don't know what to refer to you as, CC. I'll just call you CC. Not in reference to the creationist cat. That's probably the better part of the tweet from there to reference from your perspective, because I do think that there is some degree of evidence to that.
The problem isn't really whether they are fans or not, but rather if there was a power dynamic between these girls and Xander, which, by his own description of how they all met, there was. Another response to this argument that Xander had was that all relationships have power dynamics, which is true, but there are red flags for when the power dynamics in a relationship become problematic. This is a pretty...
The thing about this, I'll read, Zan, what you posted in a second. The thing about this is that it wasn't a relationship, right? Like, from what I understand, it was pretty explicitly clear to everyone involved that it was a friend group, right? Again, people who were involved can say what they want. I am only aware to the extent that people have supported that, or like people from that group have talked about it. And from what I understand, everyone except for the person who's made the accusations agreed that it was a friend group, right? So in that sense, does power dynamic matter? I mean, yeah, like there definitely is a power dynamic nature to the way that I interact with people in my Discord, which is the reason why I've taken a lot of steps to try and be conscientious of how I interact with people there. Shows that Lonnie was a fan while Xander pretty heavily implied she wasn't. Felt like a lie by omission. It could go either way. I didn't read that tweet. Like, it's vague, right? And it's purposely vague. Like, she said that she could loosely be described as a fan. You could take that to mean that that she was a fan or that she wasn't, right? They're really the only person who can say with certainty. But I'm not going to speculate on that. I will say that, like, even in a friendship, there can be relationship, power dynamic issues that you do have to be aware of, right? The SS Stan provided was clear. It was clear and very not clear. Like people said to me, no, it's a relationship personally, but up to you. Okay, who said that? Provide evidence. Yeah, if that's true, then provide evidence to it. Like if Zan ever said, or if someone ever said to me, no, IDT, it's a relationship personally, but up to you. Like if someone authentically said that, then yeah, that's pretty good evidence. Please provide a citation. But otherwise, you're just relaying hearsay to me. You're saying he said, she said, and that's not good evidence, right?
Hard topic to wrap your head around. Even I, a woke-schooled feminist who knows about power dynamics, had a hard time explaining exactly what it was about this drama that was so problematic. So I did some research and found a really great article about power dynamics, and I will summarize and quote parts of that here. The whole article is really good and pertinent though, and you should really go to the link in the description and read it when you are done watching this. There are 4 primary traits that are common in any relationship with uneven power dynamics.
I appreciate this. She's talking about the second screenshot. Where Spooky asked if it was a relationship and everyone said no. Well, yeah, I mean, like, if Spooky asked if it's a relationship and everyone said no, it seems pretty clear to everyone involved that there was not a relationship. Like, if that's the case, then there's really no excuse to say that this is a relationship between people. I do appreciate this article, though, so let's hear this.
They are 1. Greater ability to enact consequences on the other person. 2. Greater ability to give rewards.
Okay, but she didn't, or Xan didn't send hate to Z, as we've already discussed, right? Like, that's a pretty serious misrepresentation, in my opinion, of what happened.
To the other person, including granting them
giving clout to stands. Did he give clout to stands? I don't know. Maybe I'm a stan. Yeah. I try not to be. Again, I try to just focus purely on the evidence that's provided to me. I'd be interested in the evidence that you provide for that.
Additional power. 3. Greater access to additional resources or people with
other people, including
higher positions of power. 4.
Granting access to additional resources to people with higher positions of power.
Greater ability to evaluate, judge, or give feedback on the other person.
A liar. Well, I mean, like, if you're all right, there's a difference between branding someone as a liar without any evidence and like disproving a public accusation against you, right? Like, that's a pretty serious distinction, right? Like, if someone like says that you have a sex cult and abuse them, I don't think it's unreasonable for you to like provide evidence as to why that's not true. If some of the evidence is that like evidence to show that they are lying, right? I don't think that's unreasonable.
When you have access to these 4 abilities consistently, it results in a secondary set of abilities associated with having more power in an uneven dynamic. Having more choices available to you basically means that when something goes wrong, the person with more power in the relationship has more options on how to respond. The article explains this concept using the relationship.
Yeah, this seems fine.
Between a boss and employee. If your work is bad, your boss can choose from a range of consequences to motivate you towards better performance, or he can choose to remove you from your position entirely if the problems are too severe. But if your boss's work is bad, your options for holding him accountable are very limited. You could tell your boss to change his behavior, but if he didn't want to, you would have no way of punishing him for refusing. Does this sound familiar? When Z acted in a way the harem didn't like, she was kicked out. In his video on the subject...
Wait. He said he kicked her out, or that they kicked her out because she was acting fucking crazy, right? And assuming that they had a relationship that didn't exist. That's the reason why. She's still tweeting about this, not just one tweet. Like, this is fucking whack. Like, all of you know we aren't dating, right? There's no serious relationship other than possible friendship, camaraderie on here. Like, sexual attraction and thirsting does not a relationship make. Absolutely, I made that clear to her earlier. Yeah, like, it seems like everyone was pretty clear and on board with the idea that this was not a relationship. And that seems like the main reason why she was kicked out, right? Like, yeah, if you have someone in a group that's like NSFW friendly and one of them like starts assuming the giant relationship and that Xan is going to provide all these things to her, and it turns out that like, oh, actually a lot of that was just like a giant assumption and like maybe she's like acting incredibly unreasonably here, I don't think that it's like the wrong thing to remove her from the Discord.
Even Xander seems to know that he would never be kicked out of this group.
And if anyone did something we didn't like, we would either resolve it or kick them out. This would theoretically include me if I had an issue. It's not like I was the leader of the group or anything.
The article goes on to say, if you lack the power of enforcement and you cannot convince anyone else with that power to act in your favor, you cannot make your boss, in this case Xanderhal, do anything, no matter how wrong he is in his actions. I thought this was a really powerful point, because one argument Xander and his crew have locked in on is that Z trying to signal boost her story is proof that she is making up these allegations for clout. But when you look at it...
I'm not sure if it's proof. I do agree that, like, yeah, they brought up the point that Z is signal boosting for clout, and I think that there is evidence for that. But I think it's more of, like, a totality of the circumstances analysis, right? Like, when you look at that in combination with, like, dishonest claims, combined with, like, the circumstances on why she was eventually kicked out of the Discord, right? What did you just send me? But yeah, it seems more like a totality of the circumstances sort of analysis rather than because of X, Y happened, or because of Y, Z happened. I wouldn't consider it all that honestly. I'm not interested in long-distance relationship with people I've never met before. The way I see it is that we're all just hanging out and chatting and stuff. That's my understanding of things, at least. Not any of you guys shouldn't get together, but when it comes to me personally, I just don't feel comfortable with that. I hope that's okay. So that's a no. Yeah, unless I plan to meet up with you, I wouldn't call it a relationship. Well, that seems like evidence to support their claim. Yeah, they didn't call it a relationship. RGR to me personally. Well, yeah. And then there was someone who below. I assumed, by the way, I don't know if you wanted to like censor this person's name, but you just posted a screenshot with like the person's name on here, which is on my stream, and I assume you know that because you're watching me. So I'm not sure if it really makes much of a difference, but just be aware. I think that the fact that she left, that person left. That person left. I mean, that's even more, right? Let's go on.
From the perspective of
so I have a fucking date in a bit. And y'all are keeping me way longer than I thought I would be. But hey, we're making progress.
who held power in the relationship, you can see that this was really one of Z's only options for addressing her genuine feelings of being mistreated by Xanderhal. She tried talking directly to Xanderhal and got a fake apology and bullied by him and others. She had a small account, so her tweets alone wouldn't really...
A fake apology and bullied by him and others? That's saying a lot there. You're implying a lot there. And really, we haven't seen any evidence to any of that, right? Unless you plan on providing it.
...be picked up.
Yeah, I think her name has changed then since I've been told. So what? So, like, are you fine with us saying her name? Because, like, the whole reason why I've gone out of my way to not say her name so far is because I thought that that's what you wanted. So now you're fine with it because she changed her name? Like, pick your battle, you know? Is it that you include her name? Because that's what you said in the video, that you're referring to this person as Z because they didn't want to be named. But if you're fine with it now because they changed her name, well, then which is it? Is it that you don't want to name her because she asked you to? Or is it that you're fine with naming her because she's changed her name? I mean, come on.
From the story Xander tells, it could have genuinely just been a miscommunication, but the fact that Z went to someone bigger than him somehow convinced him that Z was solely in it for the clout and out to hurt him, when clearly, looking at the dynamics of this, that was just not the case. The next...
I think that's kind of a straw man, based on the conversation we already had.
Secondary trait of having more relative power is control over the other's option.
Well, also, Xander, hold on. Hold on. Okay, hold on. No. Hold on. Because mind you, we're going to go through the rest of this, but wow, this is... Like, you can't have it both ways, right? You understand that you can't have it both ways. You literally made an entire part of your video was literally just impugning Xan and implying that Xan was trying to purposefully send people to like harass this person because he didn't censor her name. But then you're completely fine with it when you talk in my Discord and put up something which has her name for everyone to see. Are you serious? Do you not see the inconsistency of that? Like, holy fucking shit. And part of this reaction is me like having watched all of this and watching it extensively. Yeah, Riley's going on. Riley Rage Rose song. That's so disingenuous. That's so incredibly disingenuous. At the same time as her name, so it's bad. No, it's not, since she... At the time, this was... Hold on, no. No, actually, you know what? Fuck this. Hold on. You put this out yesterday. You put this out yesterday. You can't say that... Like, are you serious? Are you serious? Like, is... The only way that I will string this to make it reasonable, I want you... Like, show me proof. I only had that pointed out to me after I made the video. You only have... So then why didn't you change it? Why haven't you changed it? Why haven't you changed your video? Why haven't you gone back and changed it? Why haven't you gone back and taken it down? Or why haven't you gone back and edited it? Why didn't you go in and put in the disclaimer to say that actually this doesn't really matter? And actually this entire argument that we had, the entire argument that I made about the fact that Xanderhal was sending people after her to try and send abuse her way, actually none of that matters because she's gone and changed her name. Why didn't you go back and make that correction? If I ever become a streamer, I'll definitely be making that one "You're a simp" shirt into t-shirts. LMAO. Might as well get in the house in a different way. At the time, he said it in his video. Let's go on.
The 4 traits of power boil down to a greater ability to make decisions that effectively impact other people. Other people live with the consequences and rewards that you have doled out, as well as the resulting impact that those decisions have on their resources and relative power. In this case, Z left the harem and spoke out about it and got a lot.
It matters because Xanderhal sent people after her name when her account was active. She changed her name because of the abuse Xander sent. So first off, Xander literally, like, as we've already discussed, Xanderhal made an explicit disclaimer for people to not go after her. He literally did the exact opposite. He literally did the exact opposite of what you're claiming that he did. Like, you are making the argument that by virtue of the fact that he said for people to not go after her, that he sent people after her, right? And now, I mean, like, if you really, like, the thing that makes it seem disingenuous is that, like, okay, perhaps she changed her name after, after Zan allegedly had sent people to her. But at the beginning of this video, you specifically say that you're not going to reference this person by name because of the fact that she hasn't changed her name, which makes it seem like you actually weren't aware of the full totality of the circumstances. That it seems like you, again, I'm really trying to take you at face value, but it really does not look good. Things that if he didn't want people, you shouldn't put it in her handle. Well, he literally said, like, what more do you want again than, like, an explicit statement for people to not go after her? Like, that's literally, like, there's no more that you could do if you're going to be talking about a particular person. Like, I don't think that there's anything clearer to say than to say to people, hey, do not send people, like, do not go after this person, right? Hard opinion. Maybe that's me acting unreasonable. I think that argument that, like, he sent people after her by trying, that he sent people after her by specifically saying for people to not go after her, I just don't buy that. She literally went on the Kevin Logan stream to talk about it and asked him to shout her out. Yeah, exactly. So it seems like she doesn't even really care. Again, like, based on, we're going back to the conversation that we had earlier, it seems like she really didn't care about whether people were aware of whether or not people knew her name, unless it came up in a circumstance where it would benefit her for the purpose of argument. Let's go on.
A lot of hate and was branded as a woman who makes false accusations. This has led to consequences I mentioned before, namely the harassment of Z, but it also means that it's Z who...
Oh yeah, and no, I disagree with this, as I mentioned earlier, but that was the conversation that we just had, so we're gonna move on.
Who Xander showed us is an aspiring streamer. Ever were to start streaming like she wanted, there would be an implication that Xander was somehow right and Z was in fact only doing this for clout. This has potentially permanently impacted Z's life, whereas the allegations against Xanderhal have largely been accepted as just another crazy woke skull lying for clout. How did this narrative excel? Well, that brings us to our next secondary trait, which is defining the dominant narrative.
I can see this. Yeah, I don't know. People with larger platforms do have the ability to be able to define how a conversation is shifted normally. I will say that, like, when other people begin to amplify what you're saying, like, for example, when she goes on the, like, Kevin Logan stream to talk about this, and, like, larger people like Thought Slime and other leftist content creators are able to amplify her, I think that shifts pretty dramatically, right? Like, for a while, like, the dominant narrative was that he had a sex cult, right? So while I do agree that, like, he does have more power disproportionate to her in a vacuum, to be able to define the narrative, I don't think that's, like, singularly determinative.
This one is pretty self-explanatory. The bigger you are, the more reach you will have. You are also so...
I literally get shit for this every day. It'll tarnish my reputation for a very long time. It's fucked up my mental health. The bigger you are, the harder you fall. Yeah, exactly. So I don't think that, like, that's not the end all be all, right? Like, if this was, first off, if this was authentically a relationship, then that would be an additional consideration. But considering the fact that it wasn't, right, and it was pretty explicit to everyone involved that it wasn't, when you have someone who then levels the playing field, so to speak, by bringing in other larger creators and, like, by making this something that is aware to the entire community, you kind of level that power dynamic or the ability for people to be able to find a narrative, right? Because the fact that you created this video shows that like the narrative has largely, like that power dynamic has largely shifted, right? Even though I acknowledge that like in a vacuum, it probably does exist. And I agree with that, like on its face.
Associated with other big, trustworthy people who will also probably defend you. One quote from the article here makes it clear why this matters. If you are in the position to evaluate someone else's behavior, you get to choose which behaviors to reward and which to punish. As a result, the dominant narrative in a culture or community is usually reflective of the values of the person or group with the most power. Typically, the rules that exist within a community influence the beliefs of the people of that community about what is good or what is bad. It's bad that Xanderhal is doing this in the community. It hurts the people he's targeted, and it's a bad look for the left. But it is also problematic because it normalizes the victim-blaming behavior Xanderhal engaged in to the rest of his audience.
It doesn't seem like victim-blaming behavior, right? I mean, it's literally just when you have someone making a public accusation against you, I do think that that people should have the ability to be able to present evidence as to their innocence, right? I don't really see anything wrong with that. And it's not really like it's not like he used his platform as just a way to blanketly dismiss this person. Like, he did provide a totality of evidence to explain himself. That's the reason why, like, at this point, based on the evidence that you provided, which has been very minimal, substantiated in some areas, but like very minimal in the aggregate, that I have agreed with him, right? That's it. That's the totality of the evaluation. That's really where I come in, is that I'm just about the evidence. And that's why I'm being very particularly picky, because I want to make sure that the evidence is actually like substantial for what you're trying to say that he did.
So this next part of the article really fits Xanderhal to a T. So I will be quoting a bit more from this section to really hammer home the point that Xanderhal does have a power dynamic with his fans, and he uses it recklessly. The receipt and expectation of special treatment. If you know someone has a lot of power over the quality of your life by giving punishments and rewards depending on your behavior, and you lack an easy pathway to holding the person accountable if their decisions are causing people problems, you're going to be motivated to stick to behaviors that make the person with more power happy.
Especially because I went back to your Twitter feed and see you dunking on a lot of actual reactionary figures. A lot of people you see are other leftists. I mean, the thing is, right, is that I exist in a social space now online, right? I see online spaces as real spaces, quote unquote. I don't necessarily see online activism as less important than in real life activism. I probably disagree with quite a lot of people on that, actually. I dislike it when people downplay, which I think you would agree on, right? I think you downplay online activism too before, and you can, like, what the fuck, this is what I do. Which, you know, the thing is that the reason why I criticize leftists is because I generally do want to see things like, okay, so an example, when it comes to my criticism of you, okay, I could also relate this to my criticism of ContraPoints, okay? My criticism of ContraPoints was because I think that she has the power to do trans good, and I think most people will agree with that, right? The thing is, I
have to turn this down to 1.5. I'm not stopping the comment, I'm just slowing it down a little bit so I can listen better.
Obviously extremely involved in trans activism, I have been for a while now. Transmedicalism for me is extremely dangerous ideology. I'm not saying ContraPoints is trans activist, I just, you know, I went into this on my ContraPoint video, whatever. This doesn't mean I hate ContraPoints, or that
I'm gonna say this here. It's not relevant or related to the major discussion, but like, Natalie isn't a trans medicalist. I can say that semi-authoritatively, but like, she's not. Trans medicalism is bad. Yes, it is.
I think ContraPoints is a bigot, and I've never actually said this, and I don't know if I've said that you're a bigot, or I hated you. I don't hate you. Part of the reason that I criticize your content, Xanderhal, right? You want the honest truth? I stumbled upon your content while I was looking at stuff concerning trans people, because you make quite a lot of stuff about trans people, right?
Can I? Yeah, sure. I want to interject really quick. You said you don't hate me, but you did say I don't care about Zan's feelings. He's not coming. I literally don't care. He deserves it because of his past behavior. I give zero fucks about him looking bad. Xanderhal, yeah.
I mean, yeah, to be honest, dude, I have been a bit salty on Twitter with you, but like, can't you hate that?
Yeah, I mean, like, I will be completely fair here because I was following it. Like, Corvidae did act pretty substantially different with Xan on Twitter compared to how they interacted with Xan on the stream, right? Corvidae claims to want lefties to improve, but after the debate, ignored my messages, refused to talk to me, and continue to talk shit on me on Twitter. Yeah, I mean, like, again, I don't want to have any personal shit with Corvidae, so I'm just trying to be neutral on this. But, like, in my opinion, I do think that Corvidae was kind of shitty in that, like, in acting in one particular way and focusing on particular subjects during, like, on Twitter, and then, like, being completely different on stream. I think that's a valid criticism. But I think that there was an image of Natalie being true scum built up by her critics. Yeah, that's something else to talk about. I don't know. Yeah, so let's keep going. Again, like, I'm not going to dwell too much on, like, the Corvidae Xanderhal bit. They had a debate. We talked about it in another stream. Go and watch that earlier one. But yeah, yeah, I'm gonna just let y'all learn more about that on your own.
Yeah, I can take it. I just think it's frustrating because I'm trying my best to build a stronger left, and it seems like there's a lot of people that only care about.
They played fought. Yeah, no, they were very good. Like, I think it was a very good debate for them, at least optically. No, I agree.
taking down leftist figures that don't meet a certain standard.
Okay. So you think that I criticize, for example, my criticism of 1 point, that's not me taking 1 point down. I don't want to take 1 point down, right? Can you agree on that? I mean, I was featured in her video as a constructive criticism.
Sure. Yeah, in regards to the groups that you seem to inhabit on Twitter, it does seem like you're one of the more reasonable voices, yeah.
You'll likely treat this person with greater respect and care, going out of your way to tailor your actions to their preferences, in the hopes that they will treat you favorably or just to avoid getting on their bad side. The further implication of this pattern is that if you are the powerful person and you are used to everyone catering to your needs and opinions, it can be shocking or even threatening if someone chooses not to.
Hold on. So is the argument that some people were constructive in providing feedback to Xan, like evidence of his power dynamic? I mean, now I have to self-evaluate myself, because now this is sort of like a criticism, at least in part, of me. I have to wonder if I am victim of this. I would at least make the argument that, like, the way that I try to criticize Xan or anyone is the same way. Like, that the way that I try to criticize Xan and other content creators is the way that I criticize anyone, right? Like, I do try to be as constructive as possible, and I know rhetorically, from my, like, mind you, I'm not just talking from, like, a vacuum, right? Like, I have some degree of expertise in this, right? Like, I've literally competed nationally in debate, and I've coached people to win championships, right? Like, I can speak pretty authoritatively on, like, the ways to convince people. And I do know that, like, if you just shit on someone on Twitter, that's the last way to ever convince them of anything, right? So if, like, what you're looking for, now mind you, like, if you want to shit on someone on Twitter and you're not trying to convince them, then sure, you know, you will be able to accomplish, like, whatever it is you want to, if it's a lot easier if you're just trying to shit on them. But, like, if you're trying to provide a constructive criticism to someone, then, like, it is, like, you do have to go about it with more tact than just, like, I don't know, some of the stuff that Corvidae said. No, it's not. No, it's that even constructive criticism can be mistaken as an attack. Okay, but I haven't seen that. Like, where's the evidence for that claim? Right? The evidence, like, where's the evidence that, like, even constructive criticisms have been mistaken as an attack? Because, like, if we're talking about what Thoughtsime said, Thoughtsime literally said that Xan has a sex cult and, like, morally impugned him for that. That's not a constructive criticism. That's just, like, dogpiling on him because of, like, unsubstantiated claims and drama, right? Like, that's not constructive criticism, and far from it.
The expectation of special treatment can turn into a negative feedback loop, continuing to reinforce itself as your reactions to just average treatment continue to worsen, and people work harder to avoid upsetting you, making you expect it even more. Perhaps the most alarming aspect of power is when someone has situated themselves to be immune to consequences or accountability, at least not without expending tremendous amounts of resources to unseat them from their position.
I think that Xan, as he said earlier, has probably suffered a decent bit from this. Just going off of... Also, this is, like, sort of related to what Natalie has gone through. And I won't talk too much about the shit that she's gone through because I don't want to, like, abuse the nature of, like, our relationship. But, like, fuck, she's been through a lot. And I think that there's this assumption that larger content creators don't feel the sting of criticism that they suffer on social media. But, like, they do. And, yeah. I think that it's improper to say that, like, Xan has been completely insulated from the consequences of whatever happened.
A person with power who wants to avoid consequences can create severe punishments or otherwise decrease the quality of life for anyone who reports them and give additional power or other rewards to people that support them, which, as we've discussed, Xanderhal does.
No. Like, Spooky, I can, like, based on the totality of the circumstance, like, Spooky is, we're just using the name now, I don't even care. As pursuant to the discussion we had earlier, that people have been using it, that everyone has been using that her name, and that's not her name anymore, so it really doesn't matter, right? Like, she literally has been able to go on multiple different platforms and be able to platform her story, and is going to be starting probably a public career in streaming based off of this, right? Like, she has benefited materially. Now, I'm not saying that she didn't suffer anything from this, but to say that she is worse off as a consequence, I think, is incorrect.
The person with less power has less or no access to all of these things, and as a result has to work far harder to hold the more powerful person accountable, so much so that the majority of people in their position won't be willing to take the risk or won't be able to do so at all. This is a key point, because even if you do still believe that Z was making this all up maliciously, it is important to observe how Xander handles allegations like this in general and ask yourself, what would have to be different for him to treat an accuser with dignity and the benefit of the doubt? Because
I mean, did you watch the video? Yeah, like, did you watch the video that he made? Like, I got the impression that, like, he handled it, like, pretty like considering everything that happened and literally being accused of like abusing someone and having a sex cult, I thought that was pretty respectively handled, right? Like, it's not like he raged or like, it's not like he was like sending people, like he specifically said for people to not go after her. Like, it seemed like he handled it with like a decent degree of tact. So, no.
Because from my perspective, it seems like Z had a point. Also ask yourself, if Xanderhal made you uncomfortable somehow moving forward, would you want to say something about it? This drama has had real impacts, and also really exposed the rape culture still prevalent even in BreadTube.
Rape culture? Hold on, what? When did rape come into this? Rape culture? Was there rape somewhere in here that I missed? There's only like a couple minutes left of the video. Rape culture? What? This is such a departure from anything that you've presented. This is such a departure from anything that you've presented. What? You better have something for me. I'm looking at you. You better have something to back up like a rape allegation, because we have not heard anything to the effect of a rape allegation.
A lot of
Yeah.
people recognize the Me Too movement as important because it exposed how prolific certain behaviors were, sticking up for your friends, sending harassment to the accuser, victim blaming, etc. However, that is not enough if we can't stop that exact thing from happening in our own community. I know it's hard, awkward, and uncomfortable, but this work must be—
Hold on, you presented some... Let me read some of this.
etc.
I asked for evidence. Let's
However,
see it.
that is not enough if we can't stop that exact thing from happening.
This logic. This is Lonnie. Actually, this is, I think, a good point, right? This is literally Lonnie pointing out, with this logic, who's acceptable for him to be friends with? People with the exact same number of subs as him? Is there a problematic power dynamic between him and Vosh because Vosh is more famous? Be aware of power imbalances are important, or being aware is important. And I agree with this, but you can do that and still have friends. Yeah. This is actually a decent point. Rape culture is a broader thing, and the social pressure to come out against BreadTubers with an allegation of future could be severely discouraged. Okay, then I get that. Like, if we're talking about like the ability for people to come out against accusations of rape is like a larger problem, then yeah, we should try to create a space for that to happen. Like, I think that there is a space to be able to make that happen, right? Like, we should make sure that people are completely fine with being able to report allocations of rape, right? Period. Like, we should. We 100% should, right? But is there an allocation of rape in here? Like, that's really the reason why I'm incredibly surprised to see this. Because if you're saying that, like, this is the equivalent of rape, that's pretty serious, and I just really need to see the evidence for that. Because that's like a leap and a bound away from anywhere that we've been.
Happening in our own community.
I think one of my least favorite types of responses is people speaking about sexual harassment, sexual assault in the articles is in the wake of comments like, this is why men so brand of rape culture, men acting as if women are overreacting, as if men don't have the basic social skills, know the difference between unwanted and unwanted advances, and if women's... this is all fine. Yeah. No, I mean, like, we do need to be able to have a larger conversation. The problem in the scenario, when all the evidence is contrary to the user's claim and people are still trying to defend her. Yeah. This is... Alright, so this is like a larger conversation to have about Me Too, right? Here's the thing, all right? And this is my scolding hot take for the evening, right? Me Too operates with the understanding that historically and systematically, all right, that when women try to make allegations of rape in the workplace, especially against people who do have more power than them, that they have been, like, disparately prohibited from being able to make those claims or be able to like hold those people accountable, and often face repercussions for them, right? That is the problem that Me Too is trying to address, right? And I do agree fundamentally that we should fight to make sure that we eliminate that culture and those circumstances where people are criticized, where people face consequences for like bringing forth allegations of rape and sexual harassment. right? That is a problem. That's 100% a problem. That also does not mean that we should give people a completely unabridged trust and guarantee that we agree with their story, even when they have like zero evidence to back their claim, right? What we need to make sure is that women are heard, and what we need to make sure that women's stories and the accusations are investigated absolutely as much as possible. And we should believe women to the extent that evidence is able to substantiate it, right? That is incredibly, incredibly important to do. But when you have a situation like this where there's just like overwhelming evidence to the contrary of what someone is bringing up, does that mean that we should still believe this person? No, right? Like if someone has like, if there's overwhelming substantial evidence that someone brings a claim of sexual harassment, and then there's like, there's overwhelming evidence presented against like someone's claim of sexual harassment, like, I'm not sure if you should still believe them. That doesn't mean that you like morally impugn them, and that doesn't mean that you hold anything against them personally, right? Like, you shouldn't. You absolutely should not. And to do so would, I think, perpetuate a system or perpetuate a culture where women are unafraid to bring forth claims of sexual harassment among other people, right? But that doesn't mean that we just believe this person unabridgedly, right? In the face of overwhelming contrary evidence. So yes, it is incredibly important to make sure that we create a space where women can in fact introduce claims and can pursue claims and can like get justice for ways that they are wronged, right? And we need to make sure that we're able to create that space to make that happen. That does not mean completely unabridgedly believe anyone who brings a sexual assault claim, even in the face of overwhelming contrary evidence. Okay? There. Let's move on.
I know it's hard, awkward, and uncomfortable, but this work must be done. If we pull up a picture of the rape culture pyramid here, we can highlight various examples that I've covered in this video of behavior Xanderhal and his stands have exhibited in response to these allegations. This is not okay. To Xanderhal. There is a way to hold a position of power and use it ethically. The article puts it really well. If you find yourself in a conflict with someone who has less power than you, try to remember that they are not nearly as much of a threat to you as you are to them. Even if the less powerful person attacks you back, you are likely to sustain far less damage from that attack than they are. Choose what you say carefully, especially if the conflict is visible to the public, because your words will carry more weight. Practice offering the things you give privileged groups, like the benefit of the doubt and assumed competence, to the person with less power. And notice if you are assigning them more scrutiny and distrust than they have earned. Monitor your own internal biases and pull back on any impulses you notice originating from them. The quote I want to end this article on is this.
I agree with all that. Yeah, people can always learn. Zan, if you're watching, I think that was all good.
Using your power to socially bulldoze a person with less power than you is unethical and unnecessary. Put in a way that might be easier to understand.
However, Jojo, I saw you pummel Dio mercilessly after the point at which he had obviously no chance of winning the fight. Such is the mark of a coward. No excuses.
Okay, I like the JoJo reference. So just let her lie about me because I have a bigger platform than her. I think it just means that you operate with a lot more tact, right? Like, that's what it means. I don't think that means you just lie about, or let her lie about you. But like, there is like a degree to which you acknowledge, like, there is like some ways to acknowledge that like you do have a larger platform than her. I think that like when she makes larger accusations against you, or like brings in other people who are able to like amplify that message, then yeah, you know, like I think that there is like a way to be able to I think that there's just a matter of like reporting to accusations proportional, or with a degree of proportionality, right? Like, I think that the fact that she got Thought Slime and went onto other platforms like very involved in what happened gave you a lot more leeway to be able to talk about this, right? And that's really when the conversations publicly started. So I don't hold it against you at all for like talking about it in a public space like that. But there are things to take from this, just knowing, right? Like acknowledging that there are power imbalances between creators and people who are not creators, right? Like that does exist, right? And there are always things to learn from that, and there are best practices to follow. So I don't disagree with like the recommendations in that article or the JoJo reference. I don't know. I just watched like through the 3rd chapter of JoJo. I thought that was good.
Xanderhal, you are the more powerful person in this drama, and you continued to punch down.
Okay, and now I disagree with that, right? Like, once she brings in larger creators, it's pretty even, right? Like, it gets to be pretty even.
You still do. You have to stop. Now look, Xanderhal, I am not trying to outright cancel you. As many of us have realized, the typical internet cancel is just not the best way to go about things. I personally am a much bigger fan of calling in. I tried to do that when I DM'd you, and that is what I'm trying to do again here.
I mean, like, you've misrepresented a lot of what happened so far. Like, yeah, there are some things that you've said that I agree with, and that's what makes me think that you aren't necessarily acting in bad faith. But, like, well, I mean, like, I don't know. It's very hard for me to tell, you know? I mean, like, there are some, like, the recommendations that you make for Xan, I don't necessarily disagree with, right? Like, the things from that article, I think that those are good for any content creator to follow, right? Like, those seemed fine. But, like, when you say something like, you just posture it that he created a harem, and when you, like, criticize him for, like, specifically having a disclaimer in his video to not send people after this person, but then apparently that was also meant to send people after this person. Like, there are a lot of takes throughout this that just really make me confused about whether or not you're acting in good faith.
To prove that I am not just some crazy woke scold, I will say this. The recent drama Vosh got into with the CP, I think is ridiculous. All of the evidence I've seen is him liking a few anime girls who canonically are teenagers.
I don't know anything about this, I'm not going to comment.
But it's not obvious that they are underage from the picture. I am saying this not just to prove that I'm not out to cancel everyone, but also to suggest that you follow in Vosh's footsteps here, and just create a separate account where no one knows you're Xanderhal for horny posting and finding women.
It's not the worst idea. Actually, not the worst idea. I don't know. That's kind of going back to what I said earlier. It is hard when you have someone who has, like, who's a content creator and who has, like, a public platform, but also, like, will use that platform to, like, tweet or post privately or, like, in their personal capacity, right? Like, it is a hard situation to get into. Does that mean that you have to have a separate profile for, like, horny posting? I don't know, but it's a decent recommendation. I'm not interested in finding women. Yeah. Well, I don't know. I mean, like, I'm not going to say anything about it. Like, that's a decent recommendation.
If women are really not into you for the fame, then it shouldn't be that much of an issue. Like I said, I'm trying to call you in here. Do I think you are as bad as Onision? No. But I do think you have some red...
Then why did you say he's the Onision of bread tube? If you're not trying to say that he's as bad as Onision, why are you saying he's the Onision of bread tube? Again, you're giving me a lot of conflict. There are some places where I'm agreeing with you. There are some places where I'm like, what the fuck?
Flag similarities that need to be checked before they get worse. I realize that given your past, it's probably pretty triggering for a woman to be calling you out for sexism. I want to reassure you that I only want you to get better. I only care so much about this because...
I mean, if you really want him to get better, I feel like you would have paid a lot more attention to the circumstances. I don't know. Like, again, like, you could be truthful in this. I have mixed vibes on whether or not that is authentic. Question mark in title. Answer is always no.
I generally care about what you have to say. If you are feeling anger towards me right now, please reconsider why, given that I am being pretty clear that that is not my intention.
Mind you, I'm not like angry, right? It's very rare that I get like angry with people. It's just, I'm very skeptic, and mind you, pursuant to everything we've talked about, it's been a fucking lot, but I'm very skeptic as to like the authenticity of like like what evidence that you presented, or like the framing of it, the various arguments that you've made. Some of them I've agreed with more than less, or like substantially more than less. But it's not like I'm angry, right? I'm just having a hard time believing some of the evidence that you're using.
You might need to take some time after watching this.
Or believing the merits of some of the arguments that you're making.
But I hope that if you do see this video, you can understand what I'm saying. Moving forward, there are some changes you have to make. Regardless of if you agree with me right now, you should edit Z's name out of your video immediately or just take it down. I also know that right now you are going through a lot, but the same day you made your new pinned tweet, you also said this on stream.
All I know is that people who ship Reylo, Rey and Kylo Ren, are subhuman. That is something that I've learned. Possibly too late, but I learned
it. I should not.
Never speak to somebody who is a Reylo shipper in the Star Wars fandom. Just don't do it.
Okay, what's this supposed to mean?
And this one is a twofer, because not only are you shitting on Z's character, you are also doing it using information that you know is super triggering to Z. You need...
Okay. Hold on. Is there a merit to the argument they shouldn't? I have to chew on that for a second. First off, this was largely something that's clearly made in jest, right? And I think that the circumstances I'm inclined to believe that the Reylo is extremely toxic ship, and I didn't mention Spooky. Yeah, so, like, there's that fact, right? Like, you didn't mention them by name. it's clearly meant to be a joke. And then also, like, considering the amount of hell that person has put you through, I don't think that's, like, an unreasonable thing to say, right? Like, you're someone who clearly has, like, a degree of, there's, like, such a degree of, like, history between you two that, I don't know, it doesn't seem like the worst thing to me. Maybe that's a bad take. It might be a bad take. People can criticize me for having that be a bad take. I don't think it seems unreasonable. Although, caveat, that's not me saying that people should specifically try, like, that people should, like, specifically try to, like, harm others with particularly triggering content. It doesn't seem like that's what he was trying to do here, but, like, I will be clear, do not try to, like, take advantage of, like, particularly triggering content when you're making your arguments, all right? Or when you're, I don't know, saying whatever.
Need to stop bringing the issue up. It's not fair. When you are ready and have educated yourself and understand why what you've done is wrong, you also owe Z a real apology. I believe that you...
I mean, shit. I don't think that we've gotten to that point. I mean, fuck. I don't know. I'm not saying that Z necessarily has to owe Xan an apology, but fuck. It's not exactly like he was it's not exactly like she was a completely blameless actor in the circumstance, right? I don't know. Like, right now, based on the evidence you provided, I don't think that, like... Yeah, exactly. Oh, are they? I actually don't know if that's the same person. I don't know. But yeah, I don't know. I'll leave that to Xan. If Xan wants to make an apology, then he can go ahead and do that. But I'm not sure if I see it as something he's, like, warranted to do based on the totality of the evidence.
You can get better, and I think that...
Do you want to tell him?
Doing these things, in addition to creating a sex account not linked to Xanderhal, would show good faith effort on your part in trying to get better. To anyone who's not Xanderhal and watching this, if Xander...
Yeah. I don't know if you... That's not spooky? Okay. Like, I can't tell if that is or not. Like, I know that Spooky has changed her name, so I have no idea who the fuck it is.
Still doesn't stop after this, I would recommend just not giving him attention or praise anymore and set those boundaries that you won't support someone who treats women like this. Anyway, that's all I have for today. Thanks everyone for hearing me out.
Okay. The rest of it's just you dancing. All right, I'm not going to talk about that. I assume that there's no argument where you're just dancing. Okay. We've been through a journey, fam. We've been through a journey. So, let's have a chat. Okay. Oh, Xan donated $20 earlier. Am I the only one who thinks the video quality for the first video on this channel is kind of suspicious? Like, really good mic, editing, recording quality? I don't know. I'm not going to make anything out of it. Here are some things I do want to talk about. I went into this very suspicious of whether or not this is actually a video in good faith. All right? Primarily based, A, on the circumstances, the fact that, this person really tried hard to promote it, even after it was, like, the very first video that they put out, like, a day after they made their content. Like, the total... and then the name of the video, like, particularly, like, targeting and criticizing or calling out, like, a larger leftist creator. Like, all of this combined makes it seem like it is, like, an attempt to just, like, grow your content. Because, like, let's be real, one of the quickest and easiest ways to grow your content, especially as an earlier creator, is to call out larger creators, right? That's a couple of videos that I did earlier, right? So I understand that, like, that works, you know? Now, does that mean inherently in and of itself that this person was acting in bad faith? No, but it did make me suspicious going in. Now that I have watched the video, now that I have actually gone through, and mind you, you can't say, I watched all of it, damn it. I find a lot of your arguments pretty lacking, to be perfectly honest, right? just to name one off the top of my head, the idea that that he was actually intending to send people after Spooky, even after the fact that he specifically said at the beginning of his video for people to not go after Spooky, for people to not go after this person, and trying to interpret that as like him subtly saying that people should. Like, that is a giant reach, right? And then not only that, but because at the beginning of your video, and maybe this was a slip up on your part, all right? I don't know. But the fact that at the beginning of your video, which was published yesterday, that you literally said, that you literally went out of your way to not include this person's name, and then specifically went out of your way to then like specifically mention this person by name later on. It's not the greatest, right? It's a pretty big inconsistency. It makes it seem like people are largely just omitting this person's name for the inconvenience of Xanderhal and people arguing either in his favor or on his behalf. When really it doesn't matter, because Spooky has already gone on to like various platforms and has largely talked about this like in the public setting, right? Like, the idea that Xan has like sent people after her, I just don't see the evidence for it. And like various other things insinuating that like the thing about rape culture, or not about rape culture, that he had been in a relationship with these people, the thing about him having raped someone, right? Like, there's a lot of things through here that make me very skeptic about like whether or not you are in fact acting in good faith. Now, that being said, I do think that there are some things that you said that could be like, yeah, there are some like constructive criticisms in there, right? The stuff from the article about like recommendations for people who do want to who have lots of power and who want to interact in like a social space with people who have less. I think that's good for anyone to read. Yeah. I think that's good for anyone to read, right? Additionally, like, there is a conversation to be had about like the interactions that we, especially as content creators, have with other people in like at least partially an objectifying way. Yeah, there's a conversation to be had about that, but I don't think that that's something like to morally impugn him or blame him for, especially when he follows people who largely have like sex-based platforms, right? Like, I don't think that's a reasonable criticism to levy against him. Do I think that you were acting in bad faith? It's a close call. Right now, I'm just going to kind of kick that down the road because you are a younger YouTuber. So, I don't know. I have to watch your content more and see how you interact more on the social media. And I assume that that will be revealed through your future actions. Right now, it's unclear to me. But what I do know is that, like, for a lot of the arguments that you presented, that I didn't find them satisfactory personally. But again, for everything that I said and everything I've discussed, I leave it to the audience to make your own determinations, and I leave it to you to look at the evidence and evaluate it for yourself. I don't want to assume what I say is gospel, but these are obviously just my thoughts. So, that's it. That was like how long was that? That's like a 2-hour video. What do you want for, y'all are, hold on, let me, I'm gonna like pass out in like 3 minutes, and I hate you all, but hey, at least this was decent. I'm gonna talk to, hold on, let me check in. How am I doing on, still 143 people on YouTube, holy fuck. I'm surprised that everyone stuck around for like that long. Let me check for Twitch. Twitch, how are you doing, Twitch? There's like a decent amount of people in there. All right, I see you, Twitch. All right, is there anything else to talk about today? I think I might just leave it there, fam. If you liked the conversation, I hope you did. Thanks for covering the video so well. Thanks. I appreciate it. Should I call it a day? I don't know. Like, technically, whatever. Yeah, no, I mean, I appreciate it. And again, like, I'm not morally impugning any party here, right? Like, let me make that clear. I hope that it was apparent as I was going through that I was just trying to be as objective as I can be based on the evidence, right? So just understand that's the only place where I'm coming at this from. I probably, like, honestly, if y'all want to talk amongst yourselves or whatever, I mean, hey, there you go. Y'all are in the same social space and setting, so have fun. But I think I'm going to try and step away from this because I don't want to give the impression to other people that I'm just like standing Zan, because I want to make clear that I'm not, and I'm literally just trying to evaluate everything as factually and as evidence-based as I can. That's it. All right. So with that, I'm going to go pass out for a quick power nap of 5 minutes, and yeah, I will talk to you all later. Bye.